7 Bow, beef, bow, better rap for big around. It is easy, clear to see the best design in history. Like boom, bow, beef, bow, here we go another round. It is easy, clear to see that AK wins, no mystery. Seven, four, seven. Bow, beef, bow, better rap for big around. It is easy, clear to see the best design in history. Like boom, bow, beef, bow, here we go another round. It is easy, clear to see that AK wins, no mystery.
This is the beginning, the elimination of the week.
Hello? Hello? Exactly.
Hard base attack.
Шапки 228, только долбоёбы носим. Шапки 228, только долбоёбы носим. Мы когда с ваш дом приносим. Шапки 228, 88. Долбоёбы носим. Шапки 228, только долбоёбы носим. Шапки 228,
Okay, this is gonna be horrendous. I don't know which one to start with. It's been so long. Shadows, what's up? How you doing on this Saturday morning? A little past noon for me. Scusi. I'm trying to figure out which training to do first. These ones apparently. Any FC3 planes. Which is all the red ones. This one is built in. I think these two are also part of the flaming clips. But they don't have trainings. So. Alright, let's start with this one, I guess. The A or the T? I think the T is sent for trainers, so we'll do T. I guess. I turned all the graphics way up, by the way, since we're not playing on VR this time. There's also a campaign for the F-18A, which we own. It's my favorite plane because it's like everything's intact, everything works. You can press every single button on the fucking... It gets complicated. But that's why it's cool. Where do I install this? Сука, блять! Oh, the readme. Let's read that. Bro, it's just the changelog. I don't need the changelog. I need to know where the fuck to place this. Where did I install? Over here. It's still open. I have no idea where to install this. Where to install DCS campaign? Mods, aircraft, FA-18C, missions. Oh, it's in your users folder. That's my OneDrive. Here we go. Чики брики в дамке. Alright. Hopefully that worked. We'll see you later. Welcome to the Frogfoot.
Welcome to the SU-25T Frogfoot. The Frogfoot, also called the Crash, is a very capable ground attack.
So rudder, Ads. Clear. Each. Ba-da-bap, ba-da-bap-bap, ba-da-bap-bap. I think I need to swap them over. How do I do that?
Aircraft that can destroy most anything on the battlefield.
What?
Before we start,
What?
blowing things up though.
What the
Spurge
fuck?
showing how to start up the spur and taxi to the runway. The first thing I'll ask you to do is turn on the electrical
It didn't change the keys.
power by pressing.
What? But they're definitely changed. What? It didn't. What? Did I not save? I swear I saved. Oh, no, I pressed escape, right? No, I didn't. What? I'm so confused. Okay.
Right shift and L.
Now we're talking. Okay, that's better. Weird. Did I press cancel instead of okay, I guess? Turn on the electrical power. I'm gonna need buttons for this, right? Electric power switch. How do I test it?
Нос, барсук, ноздря, креветка. Нос, барсук, ноздря, нос, барсук.
The electrical power now engaged.
For some reason, that didn't work with right control.
Барсук, ноздря, креветка.
I'm restart.
Лера сладкая конфетка. Лера сладкая конфетка. Лера сладкая конфетка. Лера сладкая конфетка. Лера сладкая конфетка.
Welcome to the SU-25T Frogfoot.
Let's try shift. Clear, add. It works here. But then when I do it,
Frogfoot, also called the Garage, is a very capable
Doesn't turn it on.
attack aircraft that can destroy most anything on the battlefield. Before we start blowing things up, though, let's first
What?
learn how to start up this bird and taxi to the runway.
it works without the modifier. Why does it not work with the modifier?
First thing
What's
left,
wrong with right control?
electrical power by pressing right shift and L. With the electrical power now engaged, you can see that the heads-up display, or HUD, comes to life, as well as many instruments and cockpit lights. Before moving the aircraft, make sure that more than 3 minutes have elapsed in order to let the horizontal situation indicator gyro to align properly. Now that you have power, let's turn on the navigation lights by pressing right, control, and L. Next, let's close the canopy by pressing left,
It's weird that
control,
that
and C.
works. Oh, lift.
Our next step is to start
No,
our
no. We need the canopy needs to be a button. Oh. I gotta try. Let's do lift control and the same button.
two engines. Before you do so, make sure your throttle controller has a zero
Doesn't work
power
either.
setting. Start the left engine by pressing right.
What?
Alt, and
Why?
home.
Why aren't the controls working? The control is not working. If I do shift, is it gonna work then? What the fuck? It's only control that doesn't work for some reason.
Фан-клубы, звук галимые танца, драйв, амфетамины. На двоих один черчу, я как ёбнутый скачу.
Where's my program for it? I got like a... There we go. I have like a joystick program for it.
Нос, барсук, ноздря, креветка.
I'm so confused.
Сладкая конфетка. Сладкая конфетка. Сладкие конфетки.
Like, this isn't it, because then the shift wouldn't work either, right? I'm so confused. I guess control modifier is out the window. This is gonna be the worst, man, like getting all of these controls set up. I have so many buttons, I'm not sure where to put everything. Okay, so shift up and down. Let's try alt up and down. For the regular engine. No. Hang on. So many buttons. I feel like this one and this one, I want this to be like targeting engine, etc. So it needs to be on this one somewhere. But we need the hat. Look at this one. No, because this is for targeting. I'm not using this for targeting. This will be the brake. And then if I need to prop it, we'll do a shoot afterwards. Like the first one's the brake and then the second triggers the shoot. If need be. Depends on the plane, right? Double tap for fired. That's my missiles. I could use the D here for cockpit. If I put shift, left shift, then I'll yeah, okay. So the canopy, we're gonna clear the canopy. We're gonna add the canopy. I hold shift and I'm gonna up. This you shit. Clear it, add it, shift, and then down. Okay, and then the engines we could put down here. Engine left. Start. I'll left shift up. Okay. Stop. Left shift down. Okay, and then the same button for engine right, but with right shift up and right shift down. Okay. This thing only has one engine though, I think. Nope, it has two engines.
With the left engine started, press right control and home to start the right engine.
Okay, perfect. Goddamn Russian. Well, the batteries are off again, so the engine should be good. I'm not entirely sure. Oh, that's right there. The 2 green ones are my engine power rating. Maybe not. Oh no, there is. Right there. These 2. I may have done it too fast.
Off the lower left corner of the TV display is the engine gauge, with needles marked 1 and 2 for the 2 engines. When an engine is being started, one of the 2 green lights below the gauge will light. Once the light turns off, it indicates that the engine is ready for operation. In the lower left corner of the dash is an aircraft symbol that indicates the status of your flaps, landing gear.
God damn, the fucking burp burp, it's already driving me nuts. Like, hot damn. Flaps. Flaps. Okay. Ooh. Why is there no flaps down? I can do up, but I can't do down. It's up or down. Okay. I'll use that one for flaps. Add. Just making sure it's a different one. Yep, okay. Add down. No, see, but it's like a scroll wheel. I kinda wanna use that for some. Okay. Occasionally you need them in combat as well, right? And then for the landing position, we'll do a modifier. Actually. 20 to 1.
Lower your flaps to the takeoff position by pressing left shift and F.
I don't think that worked. No, it didn't. What about regular? Regular works. Up and down works. That doesn't. Ow. Ow. Ah, fuck. Clear. I added both modifiers by accident. I don't have enough hands for that. There we go.
We're now ready to taxi. So slowly increase the throttles by moving your throttle control forward or pressing page up. To reduce throttle, use your throttle controller or press page down.
Shouldn't I?
To use the wheel brakes, press
Do I not have
W.
blocks? Am I not on
Start
blocks?
rolling forward and turn to the left of the taxiway ahead. Press Z to steer left and press X to steer right.
102. Ассистент.
I just noticed something. Yes, please.
Разрешаю руление на полосу 8.
Да, товарищ. Where we going? That way. Yes, I know there's radars near, man. Jesus Christ. Okay, I'm gonna turn that down. Holy fuck. Which one would that be? What if I do this? Oh, that's better.
Nice job. You're now heading in the right direction. Keep your taxi speed around 10 kilometers per hour. As you taxi, use small, smooth rudder corrections to keep you aligned on the center of the taxiway.
I would love to know what my speed is. I have no fucking idea. Altitude, attitude, attitude, oil. RPMs, engine pressure.
At the fork, hang a right to reach the runway.
Is it that one? Oh.
As we taxi, you can go to external view by pressing F2 and return to the cockpit by pressing F1.
What the hell's going on
You
with
can
the...
zoom in and out using the keypad star and / keys.
Oh, it's the sun visor.
Rotate the views using the keypad directional keys. We've now reached the runway threshold. Taxi onto the runway to the right and align yourself down the length of it.
I didn't say the brake. Wrong one. Shit. Great, there's no brake. Air brake? Would it just be under wheel brake then? Yes. So wheel brake will be this one. Just a click.
Once aligned down the runway, increase thrust of both engines to maximum and use gentle inputs on the rudder, X and Z, to keep you tracking down the center line.
Well, that's clearly not miles per hour or kilometers an hour. It has to be this one. No, because it's not moving. I'm so fucking confused at what my speed is.
When your airspeed, as indicated in the top left corner of the HUD, indicates about 250 kilometers per hour,
There's a
gently
fucking
pull
chopper
back
on the fucking air.
controller
What
and
the
allow the
fuck?
aircraft to fly itself off the runway. Don't yank the controller back to force the aircraft
Bruh.
into the air.
You told me to lift off. There's a chopper. There was a chopper on the runway. Okay, and then what bus кабинет? Да, товарищ. Gear. Gear. No, that's gear lights. Fuck. What would that be under? Shoot, eject. Flaps, flight controls, fuel dump, gear light. Knee, here, landing gear. Down. Landing gear down. Landing gear. Oh. I can use one. Yeah, we'll do down then. That way we have up for something else.
As mentioned before, your airspeed in kilometers per hour is indicated in the top left corner of the HUD. The top right-hand corner is the altitude in meters. Between the altitude and speed indications is your heading tape. With positive climb established, raise the landing gear by pressing G. In the center of the HUD is the pitch and roll indication, and along the right side of the HUD is your pitch ladder and vertical velocity indication. Go ahead and raise the flaps by pressing left control and F. This concludes this lesson, starting at this F2, taxi, and you can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Well, I guess we got in the air.
105. Прошел ППМ 1 на 260.
Not being able to look around is rough. I gotta remember, in this game, the trees are real. Look, there's traffic. I turned the traffic on. Hello, everybody.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
Relax, we're fine.
Пятый. Прошел ППМ 2 на 260.
If I press this button, a red light goes on my joystick, and I have no idea why. It's on the other one too, the same button. Weird. Apparently it's the mode key. I'm not sure that works in DCS though. Learn the basics of the flight controls and navigating between waypoints.
Welcome to this lesson on the basic flying and navigation of the Su-25T. This lesson will teach you how to get from point A to point Z and all points in between. I currently have the lesson in active pause. If you wish, you can turn on cockpit lighting by pressing L. Your airspeed is indicated in the top left corner of the HUD. The horizontal line below the airspeed indication with the caret below it indicates your acceleration or deceleration. If the caret is on the left side of the line, you are deaccelerating. If it is in the center, your speed is not changing, and if it is on the right side of the line, you are accelerating. The smaller number above is your set airspeed for that leg of the route when you're in navigation mode. Your altitude in meters is indicated in the top right corner of your HUD. An R to the right indicates it is radar altitude, or height above ground, and not barometric, height above sea level altitude. The smaller number above is your desired barometric altitude for that leg of the route. Press the spacebar to continue. You'll probably notice a circle in the center of the HUD. This provides you course steering to the next waypoint. By flying the aircraft to align the circle in the center of the bank and pitch indicator in the center of the HUD, you will reach your next destination on the course line. The course line is the direct line between two waypoints. Press the spacebar to continue. In the bottom center of your front dash is a horizontal situation indicator, or HSI, that looks like a compass. The yellow needle points directly to your next waypoint, and the top left field indicates the range of kilometers to that waypoint. The top right field indicates your course bearing to reach the next waypoint. The double white needles points to your course intercept. When you're on course to the next waypoint, both the yellow and white needles will align. Press the spacebar to continue.
Let me read that again. That's a lot of information. Okay, you got the yellow needle in the middle. That's the direction of the waypoint, and then the double line is where you're going. And then you've got 3 kilometers away, and we're going. I don't know what that was. I forgot what the 204 means.
Ahead of you are a series of gates to fly through. Fly through the first gate directly ahead of you. You can push the control stick forward to push the nose down and dive, or pull back the stick to raise the nose and climb. These inputs control your elevator. Use the throttle, or page up and page down, control your thrust. Try to keep your airspeed around 620 kilometers per hour. Press the spacebar when you're ready, and I will unpause the lesson. Note that when you pass through a gate, the next one's sequence will become larger if it's rather far away. If you get too fast, reduce the throttle and toggle your air brakes by pressing B.
Air brakes. Hmm. That's a good one. Hmm. Hmm. that is a good one, actually. Damn. I really don't want to put my hand on the keyboard to open air brakes, because yeah, you're in the middle of flying when you use those, obviously. So, that's a good one. Hmm. That was my gear? Did I use this already? I don't want to put up for air brake. Well, actually, the air brake comes up. Hmm. Did I use it already? Which one is this? 25. Nope. Alright. Bro, I've got like 6 different bindings on that button already because of the fucking modifiers. But we haven't used the normal one, so... Yeah, you can instantly hear the air brake. Okay, perfect.
The next gate is above you and to the left. To change your heading, use your aircraft's ailerons to roll the aircraft to the left by moving your control stick to the left, and then
We
gently
definitely have
pull
to
back
use
on the
one of
stick
these
until you are
for
aligned with the
trim.
next gate.
Because I have to keep it held down. If I don't, this happens. And we start climbing.
The next 2 gates are below you and to the right. This time, roll the aircraft to the right and lower your nose to fly through the gates.
I definitely need trim. Okay. Hang on. I need trim. Holy fuck. What would that be called? We'll put that on this on the wheel. There's no 8 stream, right? Oh, it is stream. To the left, to the right. Nose up, nose down. when we're using trim, we're generally just flying, right? You don't set trim in the middle of combat. So I can theoretically take my hand off of the stick. So we're gonna do a modifier and then use the hats. This one actually. That's why I kept it. Actually, no, I want to do ticks, so we'll do this hat for trim control. Okay. I don't really want to set roll trim ever. Ah, damn, so many options. I love it, but I also hate it because figuring it out and then remembering where I put everything is gonna be a hell of a fucking. It's also nose down. If I trim upwards, I want it to go up, so my nose should go up. So we're gonna swap those around. So I'll do shift up for nose up. I know it's reversed from what you use on a joystick, but in my head, I'm trimming the nose up, so I'm pushing up. I'm trimming the nose down, so I'm pushing down. It makes sense. Nose down. And then we'll do rudder lift. Is it rudder or roll? Actually, I'm gonna leave those open for now. Not something I generally use all that much, I think. Only when I really need it. Like when you get unbalanced, maybe, and you have to fly back, but yeah. If you get unbalanced, you're probably dead, right? And I want the nose to go down. Added a couple of trims, let's see what happens.
Fly through the next gate directly ahead. As you go faster, the nose will want to rise, and as you go slower, the nose will want to fall. To keep your nose level, try using the trim. To trim
Way
the
ahead of
nose
you,
up,
bro.
Press right control and period. To trim the nose down, press right control and semicolon.
Way ahead of you. It's still happening. Less pronounced, but there we go. Trim for the win.
Keep flying through the gates ahead. As mentioned in the previous lesson, you can also move your nose side to side using the rudder called yaw. Yaw left by pressing Z, and yaw right by pressing X.
It's adorable he's giving me keyboard commands. My man, have you seen my setup? Keyboard commands don't help me. Are we landing? Already forgot what my gear was. Just down, right? Yep. This is the gear lever right there. This one right
In the
there.
lower center of the HUD, you can see the range indication to the next waypoint.
1 kilometer. 500 meters. Goal.
In the lower right portion of the HUD is the next waypoint number, in this case, 15. You have several autopilot modes that can be quite useful during long flights. These include altitude hold, left alt and 1, altitude and roll hold, left alt and 2, level flight, left alt and 3, barometric altitude hold, left alt and 4, radar altitude hold, left alt and 5, route follow, left alt and 6. You can also toggle route follow mode by pressing A and altitude hold by pressing H. Let's try route follow mode that will automatically fly our flight mode. Press left alt and 6. Good. The aircraft is now under autopilot control. This concludes this lesson. You can practice using some of the autopilot modes listed below, or you can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Navigate to Mozdok and land. Wonderful. Breaking shoot B.
In this lesson,
Oh, cancel.
we're going to learn how to navigate to an air.
Controls. So this way,
and land on it. There are 3
my
navigation
trigger
modes that
on
we'll be
my
using.
rudder.
Route, return to base, and landing. These submodes are selected automatically at appropriate points along the assigned flight path, but they can also be cycled manually. In this lesson, we'll use the automatic method. I currently have the lesson paused as I explain some of the finer points. Press the spacebar to continue.
So the trigger on my rudder is brake for when we land, and then if I press it, because there's like it's a double stage trigger, right? You get the first stage and then you get the second stage. The second stage will release the parachute for braking. Okay, we're in route mode. Dude, I cannot see the damn. Can I fucking color the HUD differently? Holy shit, the green is like impossible to see in the background sometimes. DCS different color HUD. Editing the Lua files? What? No. No, we don't want to do that right now. It's fine.
What we'll learn in this lesson is how to navigate to a waypoint using in route mode, switch to return mode automatically, and then switch to landing mode automatically. We're currently in route mode, as indicated in the bottom left corner of the HUD. This mode allows us to fly from waypoint to waypoint in sequence automatically, as we did in the prior navigation lesson. However, in this lesson, we'll try manual selection. Our current waypoint is 0, our starting point, as indicated in the bottom right corner of the HUD with a range of 0. Press left control and tilde to manually select waypoint 1. Good. You will now see that waypoint 1 is selected with a range of 8.6 kilometers.
I would if I
Press
could
left
read it.
control and tilde again to select waypoint 2. You can see that waypoint 2 is 15.5 kilometers from us. As we learned in the prior lesson, we can see the direct heading to the waypoint is indicated by the yellow arrow on the HSI, and the twin white arrows indicate our path to fly the course line. Directly above the HSI is the Attitude Director Indicator, or ADI. This is a sphere with one hemisphere white and one hemisphere black. In the center of the ADI is a white aircraft symbol. This aircraft symbol stays stationary in pitch, but will rotate as you maneuver and roll. The ADI ball will move in pitch in relation to the aircraft symbol. When the aircraft symbol center is over black, your nose is below the horizon. If the aircraft symbol center is over white, your nose is pointing above the horizon. Press the spacebar to continue. In the center of the ADI are 2 yellow lines that help assist you reach the waypoint via the course line. The course line is a direct line between 2 waypoints. The vertical line indicates your required azimuth steering to reach and maintain the course line. When the yellow vertical line is centered on the ADI, you are flying on or to the course line. If the vertical line is off to either side, put your stick in that direction until the vertical line centers on the ADI and adjust your roll to keep it centered. The yellow horizontal line indicates your elevation course steering. When centered on the ADI, you are flying at or to the set course altitude for that waypoint. If The yellow line is on the lower half of the ADI. Push the stick forward until the yellow horizontal line centers on the ADI and adjust pitch to keep it centered. Conversely, if the yellow horizontal line is above the center line of the ADI, pull back on the stick until the line centers. Along the top and left side of the ADI are your heading and elevation deviation scales. The more the lines are from center, the greater are you off the direct path to reach the waypoint. Let's practice this as we fly to waypoint 2.
I don't understand what?
Press the spacebar.
But then according to the attitude, I'm flying directly to the waypoint, but I'm not because it's slightly off center. What?
You'll first need to intercept the course line between waypoints 1 and 2. Note that the ADI steering bars and the HUD navigation circle provide us the same information. Fly the aircraft to center the ADI steering bars by adjusting the pitch and roll to keep the bars centered on the ADI. Or you can fly to keep the navigation circle on the HUD in the very center of the pitch and bank indicator. The choice is yours. Also remember that the assigned airspeed and altitude for the waypoint are indicated as smaller digits above your current airspeed and altitude. Fly to waypoint 2.
Okay, now it's off. What the fuck? I already forgot what my air brake was. That's it. Swear to God, this Russian HUD sucks. Wait, why am I flying away from the wave? I'm so confused. It says I'm flying away from the waypoint. This makes no sense to me at all. I'm gonna restart this one. ¿Qué? Like, what? Like, I clearly misunderstood something.
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to navigate to an airfield and land on it. There are 3 navigation modes that we'll be using: en route, return to base, and landing. These submodes are selected automatically at appropriate points along the assigned flight path, but they can also be cycled manually. In this lesson, we'll use the automatic method. I currently have the lesson paused as I explain some of the finer points. Press the spacebar to continue. What we'll learn in this lesson is how to navigate to a waypoint using en route mode, switch to return mode automatically, and then switch to landing mode automatically. We're currently in en route mode, as indicated in the bottom left corner of the HUD. This mode allows us to fly from waypoint to waypoint in sequence automatically, as we did in the prior navigation lesson. However, in this lesson, we'll try manual selection. Our current waypoint is 0, our starting point, as indicated in the bottom right corner of the HUD, with a range of 0. Press left control and tilde to manually select waypoint 1. Good. You will now see that waypoint 1 is selected with a range of 8.6 kilometers. Press left control and tilde again to select waypoint 2. You can see that waypoint 2 is 15.5 kilometers from us. As we learned in the prior lesson, we can see the direct heading to the waypoint is indicated by the yellow arrow on the HSI, and the twin white arrows indicate our path to fly the course line. Directly above the HSI is the Attitude Director Indicator, or ADI. This is a sphere with one hemisphere white and one hemisphere black. In the center of the ADI is a white aircraft symbol. This aircraft symbol stays stationary in pitch, but will rotate as you maneuver and roll. The ADI bar will move in pitch in relation to the aircraft symbol. When the aircraft symbol center is over black, your nose is below the horizon. If the aircraft symbol center is over white, your nose is pointing above the horizon. Press the spacebar to continue. In the center of the ADI are 2 yellow lines that help assist you reach the waypoint via the course line. The course line is a direct line between 2 waypoints. The vertical line indicates your required azimuth steering to reach and maintain the course line. When the yellow vertical line is centered on the ADI, you are flying on or to the course line. If the vertical line is off to either side, put your stick in that direction until the vertical line centers on the ADI and adjust your roll to keep it centered. The yellow horizontal line indicates your elevation course steering. When centered on the ADI, you are flying at or to the set course altitude for that waypoint. If the yellow line is on the lower half of the ADI, push the stick forward until the yellow horizontal line centers on the ADI and adjust pitch to keep it centered. Conversely, if the yellow horizontal line is above the center line of the ADI, pull back on the stick until the line centers. Along the top and left side of the ADI are your heading and elevation deviation scales. The more the lines are from center, the greater you are off the direct path to reach the waypoint. Let's practice this as we fly to waypoint 2. I will unpause the lesson when you press the spacebar. You will first need to intercept the course line between waypoints 1 and 2. Note that the ADI steering bars and the HUD navigation circle provide us the same information.
I was following the HUD navigation circle though, what the fuck?
Center the ADI steering bars by adjusting the pitch and roll to keep the bars centered on the ADI. Or you can fly to keep the navigation circle
We'll just use the HSI
in the very center of the pitch and bank indicator. The choice is yours. Also remember that the assigned airspeed and altitude to the waypoint are indicated as smaller digits above your current airspeed and altitude. Fly to waypoint 2.
Bro, it's wrong. Look at where the yellow out. What? But if I move this way, it goes that way. What? I'm so confused. I should be going right towards it, but I'm going away from it now. Huh? Someone explain this to me? We're clearly heading away from the waypoint because it's counting up. This don't make no fucking sense to me. Oh, it went to waypoint 3 now. What did he say? Oh, this is... How do I get his fucking talkie talk back? Fucking... Oh, message history. I did. It went to waypoint 3. I'm so confused. Okay, there's a bunch of people that have this exact same problem. It directs you, the things we were looking at directs you towards the course, not the waypoint. So I just have to look at the fucking
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to
HSI.
navigate to an airfield and land on it. There are 3 navigation modes that we'll be using: en route, return to base, and landing. What we'll learn in this lesson is how to navigate to a waypoint using en route mode. Good. You will now see that waypoint 1 is selected with a range of 8.6 kilometers. Press left control and tilde again to select. You can see that waypoint 2 is 15.5 kilometers from us. As we learned in the prior lesson, you can see the direct heading to the waypoint is indicated by the yellow arrow on the HSI, and the twin white arrows indicate our path to fly the course line. Directly above the HSI is the Attitude Director Indicator, or ADI. This is a sphere with one hemisphere white and one hemisphere black. In the center of the ADI is a white aircraft symbol. This aircraft symbol stays stationed in the center of the ADI are 2 yellow lines that help assist you reach the waypoint via the course line. The course line is a direct line between two waypoints.
Skip.
The vertical will first need to intercept the course line between waypoints 1 and 2. Note that the ADI steering bars and the HUD navigation circle provide us the same information. Fly the aircraft to center the ADI steering bars by adjusting the pitch and roll to keep the bars centered on the ADI. Or you can fly to keep the navigation circle on the HUD in the very center of the pitch and bank indicator. The choice is yours. Also remember that the assigned airspeed and altitude for the waypoint are indicated as smaller digits above your current airspeed and altitude. Fly to waypoint 2.
Dude, the arrow's completely gone now. I'm so fucking confused. Look where the arrow is. That's supposed to be in the middle of those two fucking white ones. But it's still telling me to go that way. Bro, this shit is full of lies, dude. Look, we're completely different course than what we're completely different heading than where we're supposed to go. This shit is lying to me, dude. Massively. I'm going the exact wrong way. Like, we're 180 degrees off course. According to the HSI. Fuck is this shit? The fuck? Who made these training missions, bro? You suck at explaining this shit, dude.
Skytterlaget.
Never use HUD steering circle. HSI is your main navigation tool.
Угол атаки. Предельная перегрузка.
I'm so confused as to how the HSI works as well. Like, why is it taking so long to... Am I going the right way or not? I have no fucking idea. Ew. What's up, Thomas? See, I'm going the wrong way again. But according to the HSI, I'm like, what? Which one is the... Am I... What? This makes no fucking sense to me, dude. This was explained horrifically. Holy shit. Oops.
Indicator, ADI, and the Horizontal Situation Indicator, HSI. This improvement is more than just the consolidation of instruments. On the conventional instrument panel, simple corrections required a series of mental calculations and physical responses. With this new flight director system, these calculations are computed, as we shall soon see. Suppose we take the situation indicator is in most respects a combination ID 249 and ID 250. Let's look at some of its components. The aircraft symbol shows your angular relationship to any selected TACAN or ILS localizer course. The course line is represented by the course deviation indicator. The compass card indicates the magnetic heading and may also be operated as a simple directional gyro. The bearing indicator shows the magnetic bearing to the selected TACAN station. In TACAN normal, the heading marker may be used as a memory reference. If bank steering is desired, select the manual mode. Shortly, we will see how these are used in flight. The range indicator shows slant range to the selected TACAN station in nautical miles. TACAN range information is available even in the ILS or localizer mode. The course arrowhead points to the course you have selected on the compass card. This course also appears in the course selector window. The tail of the arrow shows the course reciprocal. The to from indicator shows 2 when the selected course is within 90 degrees of the direct course to the TACAN station. The lubber line is a fixed reference under which the magnetic heading of the aircraft is read. A thorough knowledge of the component parts of the attitude director indicator and the horizontal situation indicator will enable you to understand more easily the capabilities of the flight director system. Now, let's see how these instruments are used during an actual cross-country flight. You've filed your flight plan, and you're standing by for ATC clearance.
Air Force Jet 00568, I have your ATC clearance. Are you ready to copy?
This is Air Force Jet 00568. Roger.
Far easier.
ATC clears Air Force Jet 00568 to Randolph TACAN via direct Austin, Jet 21 Victor to Mineral Wells. Flight plan route. Climb departure route number 1 to VFR on top. Report reaching VFR.
It's kind of cool. That was like an actual training video.
The speed and the altitude, you have the heading table. You can see the triangle indicates the current heading, so if I wanted to go to a heading of 210, the 0 is implied, I will need to place the 21 right underneath the little triangle. And if I wanted to check this on an analog gauge, well, that's over here. This is the HSI, or the Horizontal Situation Indicator. It looks a little complicated, but it's fairly simple. You just have your standard compass. You have to look at it from like a bird's eye view. We're currently heading on a bearing of 210. You can see on the upper left corner, if we have a waypoint selected, it will tell you how many kilometers it is to that waypoint. In this case, 217 kilometers. We don't actually really have anything selected, so don't worry about that. And then on the right hand side, it will tell you what bearing to fly to in order to get to that waypoint. And then the needles in the middle will also point towards the direction of the waypoint. Again, we're not going to go over that today, but this is just so you know where the HSI is and what the HSI is, because we are going to use this quite a bit. It is extremely important for navigation, so it's something to start getting familiar with. But I understand that most of you are just going to
Alright, heading of 084 is what we need. I wish I had my VR headset on. I'm gonna be honest, just so I could look at the fucking without taking my hand off the damn joystick. See, but that arrow needs to be this way, and it's not. What? What the fuck? Yeah, it's going up again. Makes no sense to me, dude. Like, we're flying away from the waypoint. But I'm flying in the heading it wants me to. 084. Wait, but this is waypoint 3. Fly to waypoint 2. What? Okay. Yeah, 069? No, that can't be the right, because then we're still flying away from it. Huh? Quit your whining. Bro, I need like a good video that explains the HSI, because I'm so fucking confused. I don't remember at all. You'd think I'd remember this shit. This is kind of important. Like, clearly we're getting closer, right? But it's telling me that I'm going the exact opposite way of where I should be going. Is it not? Yeah. What? Bro, this blows my mind.
Nice job. As you may have noticed, the waypoint automatically cycles to waypoint 3. Go ahead and fly to waypoint 3.
I'm so confused. What the fuck does the white lines mean then? Like, I just skipped the yellow line at the top.
km/h.
But what the fuck is the two big white lines then? What? I thought that was me! The fuck? I'm ignoring the white lines. I'm just trying to. We're gonna follow that yellow one.
Now that you reached the last en route waypoint.
What the fuck is the white? What? Do I just ignore it? What? I'm so confused. What the fuck? DCS HSI tutorial. It doesn't matter if it's the F-18, it's fine. Okay, it definitely matters if it's the F-18, I think. This looks way different. Because it's digital. The fuck?
While simultaneously jamming freedom fries down his urethra, I've created 1 Minute DCS. In this episode we'll be introducing the HSI and covering its basic features. This is the compass rose, this is the heading card, and this is the currently selected waypoint azimuth. This is the heading, distance and time to currently selected waypoint. Here we have selected course, and here we have selected heading in degrees.
Okay.
Here we have true speed.
No. Let's do SU-25. Fuck's sake.
Into nav mode on the HUD. Nav mode follows the waypoints in your flight plan, and you can press Control and backtick to cycle through those waypoints. Activate autopilot with left, out, and 6, and your plane will start to follow.
That's cheating.
For plans for the next waypoint, if you're flying manually, just keep that reticle on the HUD in the center of your crosshairs.
And that's bullshit.
Once the plane has flown its waypoint, it will automatically go into return to base mode, and...
Okay, yeah, never mind. He didn't explain jack shit.
Hello and welcome back to the Reapers. So today we're looking at the SU-25T. So this is the plane that you get free when you download DCS World. It's what you get everyone gets started in, and therefore it's important that we cover it. So today we're looking at navigation. So this aircraft is what we call a Flaming Cliffs 3 aircraft. Therefore it's at the HSI. This is like a top-down view, if you like, only. So it's two-dimensional only. But it has got more information. So the selected waypoint, as selected in the HUD, the distance is shown there, 14.5 kilometers or 13.5, can't quite read that. That is the 12 o'clock position, so that is where our nose is pointing. The green line here, this end of the green line, is the heading for the waypoint. So the waypoint is ever so slightly off to our right. The waypoint, what have we got selected? I forgot to say that is our...
It's upside down!
That is the selected waypoint there. So we've currently got waypoint 0 selected. Okay, so waypoint 0, sorry, these are the ends that we're interested in.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Bro, I was about to have a fucking heart attack. Like, Jesus Christ.
Me. Waypoint 0 is actually behind us, as you can see there, because we passed it.
We're good.
These are the ends that we're interested in. You can see it's actually behind us, and that is green one. That green line is that indicator to the heading to that waypoint 0.
So that green thing needs to be right here.
This white one here is slightly different. It's a course indicator, okay? So just remember...
Oh, okay, so that's not... Okay, that makes more sense. And then the little circle leads you to the course. That's why we were flying in a fucking circle around the fucking waypoint, I think. Oh, this is so fucking confusing. Holy shit. Okay.
Notice the return mode has automatically been selected as indicated as RTN in the lower left corner of the HUD. Your navigation steering will now provide you steering to intercept the instrumented landing system beams at the proper heading and altitude. The airfield return number, in this case MONSDOC, is displayed in the lower right corner of the HUD as number 17. Fly the assigned return navigation.
I'm gonna ignore the course because my mind is too overloaded. Just follow the yellow line, right? We'll get there eventually. And then I can still line up visually. Oh, it just flipped. What the fuck? It just flipped completely. On the right side, the course and the thing is finally lined up.
We've now entered the ILS beams and have automatically switched to the landing mode as indicated by the LNDG indication in the bottom left corner of the HUD. The ILS contains a glide slope beam to help guide you vertically, and the localizer beam helps you to guide horizontally. Below the landing indication is a K indication that lets you know that you have captured the ILS beams. The upside down L in the lower left side of the HUD indicates that you are on glide slope. If you have not already done so, reduce your airspeed to less than 400 kilometers per hour and lower your landing gear by pressing G. If you need to, deploy your air brakes by pressing B. Lower your landing flaps by pressing left shift and F.
I don't even see it yet. This is gonna be rough.
Also on the HUD are a large and small circle. The large circle is your director circle. As in other modes, fly the aircraft to center the circle inside the pitch and roll indicator in the center of the HUD.
Oh, is that it?
The smaller circle is your glide slope error circle. Like the director...
Bro, I was not paying attention. Hang on.
circle, you want to center this in the pitch and roll indicator. If the director circle is above the roll and pitch indicator, you are too high. And conversely, if it is below the roll and pitch indicator. If the director circle is left of the center pitch and roll indicator, it means you are left of the localizer point. And conversely, if it is right of the roll and pitch indicator. Once on glide slope, use pitch to control your airspeed and throttle to control your altitude.
I'm a little far out. Out, please. 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 Stop dropping. Please. Bro, it's full. Go.
You've just passed the outer marker beacon, and your airspeed should be between 290 and 310 kilometers kilometers
No,
per
no,
hour.
no, I'm coming in halt, my man. Like, I'm dope. I'd rather a little faster than too slow. We'll open
You
the...
have now passed the inner marker beacon, and your airspeed should be between 250
They're open, right?
and 270 kilometers per hour.
Definitely not.
You just passed the runway threshold. When the radar altimeter indicates 5 meters, reduce the throttle to idle and flare the nose such that the sink rate, as indicated on the right side of the HUD,
Definitely
is
use the
between 1
chute.
and 2 meters per second. Once all the wheels are on the ground and your speed is below 250
It doesn't
kilometers
let me
per
use the
hour,
chute.
release the brake and chute by pressing P. Hold down the W key to apply the wheel brakes until the aircraft comes to
Did I tear it off already? Oh! Am I not braking? I don't feel like I'm braking. Thank God the runway is long. No, I'm braking, because otherwise the nose wouldn't do this. What's up? What's up, X?
Looks like you got her down in one piece. You can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Yeah, that was quite alright. The HSI does my head in. No pun intended. Oh, is this the in the dark one? Oh, we're so fucked. Yes and no. I just don't understand the HSI, bro. Like, what the fuck? It was explained horribly, alright? I had to look up a tutorial where someone explained it less horribly. But it's still, what the fuck? Like, oh,
In the past
God.
2 lessons, we learned the basics of navigation and landing under ideal conditions. In this lesson,
Oh,
we're going
God.
to put what you learned to the test by finding an airfield and landing on it at night during a thunderstorm. Sounds fun, huh? Let's turn on the cockpit lighting by pressing L.
It's on. Come on. Move on.
We're currently in route mode, but we have no airfield at the final route destination. So let's select return mode by pressing 1. As I mentioned in the last lesson, the airfield identification number is displayed in the lower right corner of the HUD. 21 is the ID code for Beslan Airfield, the smallest runway I could find in the game, just for you. If you want to get return
Thanks.
steering to a different airfield, you can press left control and tilde until you select the airfield you want. A complete list of airfield ID numbers is located in the back of the SU-25T flight manual. For now, let's keep it on 21. Press the spacebar to continue. Using what you learned about course steering through the HUD and ADI, fly the assigned return course that will lead you to the ILS intercept for Beslan Airfield. As you start to descend, you'll probably pick up a lot of speed. Don't forget that you can deploy the air brakes by pressing B.
Can't see shit. Wait. Alt 6? Autopilot. Route autopilot. I remember this in VR. I couldn't see a thing outside the now I can see, like, you know, a little bit of cloud cover. We couldn't see this at all in VR. Like, it was just dark, right? Because the graphics are way lower, right? Bro, I'm like full throttle. How come I'm still so slow? Air brake's not doing much. Throttle set to 0, air brake's open, and we're picking up so much speed. Yeah. It did say difficult next to the next to the training.
As we get closer to the airfield, I should also mention that not all airfields have Russian ILS, as we had in the last lesson. Airfields that do include Mozdok, Krimsk, Maikop, and Krasnodar Center. Being that Beslan does not have this, you will not have the HUD ILS indications. However, if you look down your HSI, you'll notice a dashed cross in the center and both solid vertical and horizontal lines. The dashed lines are fixed and represent the optimal glide slope and localizer positions for the solid lines.
I have no idea what he's
Press the
talking about.
spacebar to continue.
A dashed cross in the center? No? Anyone see a dashed cross? I don't. This guy's lying to me.
If the glide slope bar is below the dashed line, you are above glide slope. If it is above the dashed line, you are under glide slope. If the localizer line is left of center, you need to fly to the left.
What?
If the localizer is to the right of center, you need to fly to the right. You always fly to the needle.
You wanna try that again in actual English? What the fuck did he just say? I'm just leaving the autopilot on for now, dude. Fuck it. It's doing great. Yeah, the easy one. You're in the air in like 3 keypresses. You know what I mean? Like, I remember the FA-18. That's gonna take me an hour to get the engine started. Is that rain? No. That's just the road, right? Oh, there it is. Okay, we're gonna be really stupid. I'm gonna turn the autopilot off. Fuck. You're gonna go over the limit again.
You dare call that a fighter jet? I have seen scrap metal with more honor than that pathetic machine. Its engines whine like a wounded animal, its weapons barely scratch armor, and you trust your life to it? Embarrassing. Where I come from, our war machines do not fly. They descend. Like judgment. Like extinction. A space marine
I took over, I immediately lost sight of the runway.
It annihilates.
There it is.
It does not evade. It endures. It does not retreat. It delivers death with absolute certainty. Your aircraft is...
Told you.
Выпусти шасси.
Told you.
Выпусти шасси. Выпусти шасси. Выпусти шасси.
I have no idea what she's telling me. I told you, you're going over, man. Like, walls of text. Oh, we are not on the glide slope. No, no. Oh, no.
As you pass over the inner marker beacon,
Silence!
you may have noticed a little bit of crosswind from south to north.
Oh, you've got to be shitting me.
Input a little left rudder by pressing Z and add a little right bank to keep your
The
nose
gear's down,
tracking
right?
the runway.
Oh. Oh. Ooh. Blah, 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 blah. Why am I going so fast still? I swear this isn't braking, dude. Oh my god. I'm gonna run out of runway. It's not braking at all. It didn't brake.
Предельный угол атаки.
What?
Предельный угол.
Dude. The chute didn't come out? What? It's set though. This makes no sense to me. I just cannot land these planes, man.
Атаки. Скорость предельная.
Looks like you got her down in one piece. You can end the lesson now by pressing
That's
Z.
very debatable, my friends. One Piece, he says. I mean, One Piece that's on fire, right? For shits and giggles. Oh. It's not letting me. It's not letting me eject. Okay, here we're gonna need to set more keys. I should have popped the air brakes out too, that would have helped. And maybe turn the engines off. No, this is DCS. This is like an insane hardcore simulator.
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to deliver unguided bombs in the continuously computed impact point mode, or CCIP. Unguided bombs of the SU-25T include the Fab 100, Fab 250, Fab 500,
Oh, it's very cool,
RBK
but it's
cluster bombs, and beta
insanely
penetration
difficult.
bombs.
Like,
in this case, I have 2 racks of Fab 100s. And
It's
a couple
real
of
world
larger
difficult.
Fab 500s. Each of the Fab bombs has a high explosive warhead, and the number in the name indicates the bomb's weight in kilograms. I currently have the lesson in active pause. The first thing I need you to do is select air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. Do this now.
And we're in like the easy plane, by the way. This is like super easy plane. To lift off, to get off the ground. Yeah, right. Like this is the easy one, okay? You get this one for free. That's how easy it is. All right. So to lift off the ground, I turn on the electrical system, close the canopy, start engine left, start engine right, and we're good. Technically, you have to wait 3 minutes from the moment you start the electrical system, because your ILS, your INS, sorry, your navigational system needs to like calibrate to where you are, and then because otherwise, if you lift off within 3 minutes, you're not gonna have a good time navigationally. But if you don't, if you wait 3 minutes, like if you're good, then you're fine. And that's the easy plane. In my F-18, which is a real plane, like every single fucking button on that plane works, and I can click on it. I have to. First, you start with the INS, I believe. After you turn the battery on, then you have to turn the batteries on for the engine, and let those warm up. You have to open the fuel for the engines. You have to start each engine separately, then turn the batteries off. Like there's like the first time, I think. We're gonna go through it as well, but I think it took me like 2 hours to just get off the ground the first time with the FA-18, and that was following the actual training mission, right? It's just like, oh, I gotta find button X, and it was like, you look around, because I was in VR at the time, you look around and there's like nothing but buttons, and you're like, oh my fucking god. Which button? What? Where is it? Bro, there's a button on the side of my... What? like... Fantastic, but it's hardcore as fuck. Yes, okay. Air to ground controls 7. That's over here. Excuse me. I think we're gonna want those modes on the actual fight stick, not the... So this, I've got 2 sticks, right? Aircraft controls on this one. Like, my engines are on this. My wheel brakes, well, apparently if they work. My air brake, all of that stuff is on this stick. And then anything with flying, like left, right, up, down. Besides the rudder, because that's on this stick as well, is on that stick. And all of the guns is going to be here too. So I will put the navigational control, the modes for the HUD on that one. Yes. Okay. But which one? Oh, we'll use the, yeah, okay, obviously, we'll use the little thumbstick. Obviously. Up. Missile aiming mode. Yeah, so navigation is up. Missile aiming mode will be forward. So right, and that's right, because we'll stay with navigation up. That's where we're going. Right, which is air to air, right? Left will be gun, which is also air to air, but then short range. I'm thinking this through, and then down is air to ground. That way, it makes logical sense, and we'll have an easier time remembering. Because there's gonna be so many buttons on these joysticks. It's gonna be ridiculous. Okay, so down. There we go. That looks weird. Okay. Navigation, missiles, gun.
Note that the HUD has changed to remove most of the navigation information and replaced it with bombing symbology. We'll talk more about this soon. You can switch your weapons by pressing D. Try this now.
Okay, that definitely needs to be on the stick as well. D. I don't even know what joy button 4 is. Oh, is it that one? No. This one? No. This one. Do I want it there? It's this one. Yeah, why not?
When you cycle a weapon, take a look at the weapon status panel in the bottom center of the front dash.
Okay,
It's
I
the
was
black
about. I
panel
didn't see no
with the shape of a
difference.
ring along the top. There are 2 rows of lights below. The top row of yellow lights indicates the weapon stations that have weapons attached to them. And the lower row of green lights indicates weapon stations that are loaded with the currently selected weapon type. In the top right corner of the panel, a B symbol is displayed. This indicates that the selected weapon type is a bomb. You can also see the symbol in the lower right corner of the HUD. By pressing left control and spacebar, you can set the ripple quantity, meaning how many bombs are released when you press and hold the weapon release button or trigger. Try this now.
What? What was it? Left control and space. Ripple quantity select. Bro, do I even want that on a... I don't think I want that on a button. No, we're just gonna leave that.
As you cycle ripple quantity, take a look at the weapon control panel in the lower left portion of the front dash. On the panel are 2 knobs. The right knob has position
I'm guessing it's
for
1,
X1,
2, 4, everything.
X2, X4, and BCE. The position of the knob determines how many bombs will be released, as singles, in pairs, 4 at a time, or all at once.
Yeah.
You can set the release interval by pressing V. This determines the time between each bomb release. Longer interval, those are the basics configuring your settings for bomb release. Now let's learn how to put those bombs on target in CCIP mode. Using what you learned in the navigation lessons, fly through all the gates ahead. Press the spacebar to unpause the lesson.
I press space.
If you're not
like,
already, press 7 to enter air-to-ground mode.
Bro, but... Oh, fine.
On the HUD, you can see a pipper with a dot in the center. This is your bombing reticle, and we'll use it to aim your bombs. When you're within valid bomb release parameters, indicated by the launch authorization queue on the HUD, the bombs will impact where the bombing reticle pipper is at time of weapon release.
What? Wait. Why didn't that not look the same? I was wondering, he's talking about shit that it... What? Okay, weird. Okay, that makes sense. Can we see the B now? Yeah, we can see the B. Oh, I don't have enough speed. I don't think that was close enough. It was. It's fine. It's fine. We're gonna ignore it. Shit. Oh my god, I suck.
Предельный угол атаки.
Okay, we're gonna restart. Fuck! Let's try that again. Let me grab something to drink. God damn my brain. I haven't even started on the F-18. I already want to cry and run to mommy. It's like I haven't even jumped into the F-18 yet, right? I knew I was like, I'm just gonna start with the fucking trainer because I know, right? It's fairly easy, relatively speaking. Very relative.
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to deliver unguided bombs in the Continuously Computed Impact Point mode, or CCIP. Unguided bombs of the SU-25T include the Fab 100, Fab 250, Fab 500, RBK cluster bombs, and BADAB penetration bombs. In this case, I have 2 racks of Fab 100s and a couple of larger Fab 500s. Each of the Fab bombs has a high explosive warhead, and the number in the name indicates the bomb's weight in kilograms. I currently have the lesson in
You wanna know
active
what's
pause.
crazy? That was my
The first
gun
thing you
sights,
need to
bro.
do is
The
select
weird
air
one?
to ground mode by pressing 7.
The fuck?
Do this now. Note that the HUD has changed to remove most of the navigation information and replaced with bombing symbology. We'll talk more about this soon. You can switch your weapons by pressing D. Try this now. When you cycle a weapon, take a look at the weapon status panel in the bottom center of the front dash. It's the black panel with the shape of a wing along the top. There are 2 rows of lights below. The top row of yellow lights indicates the weapon stations that have weapons attached to them. In the lower row of green lights indicates weapon stations that are loaded with the currently selected weapon type. In the top right corner of the panel, a B symbol is displayed. This indicates that the selected weapon type is a bomb. You can also see the symbol in the lower right corner of the HUD.
Is there brightness for the HUD? Yep. And color.
By pressing left control and spacebar, you can set the ripple quantity, meaning how many bombs are released when you press and hold the weapon release button or trigger. Try this now. As you cycle ripple quantity, take a look at the weapon control panel in the lower left portion of the front dash. On the panel are 2 knobs. The right knob has positions for X1, X2, X4, and BCE. The position of the knob determines how many bombs will be released, as singles, in pairs, 4 at a time, or all at once. You can set the release interval by pressing V. This determines the time between each bomb release. Longer intervals result in greater spacing between bomb impacts. You can view the setting by looking at the position of the left knob on the weapon control panel. The knob has positions for 0.1, 0.2, 0.3, and 0.4 seconds. The last position indicates salvo mode, in which all weapons are released simultaneously. Give this a try. Press V to cycle the release interval.
No, there's an extra one that you didn't tell me about. What's Sepnak Media? Whatever the fuck.
Those are the basics of configuring your settings for bomb release. Now let's learn how to put those bombs on target in CCIP mode. Using what you learned in the navigation lessons, fly through all the gates ahead. Press the spacebar to unpause the lesson. If you are not already, press 7 to enter air-to-ground mode. On the HUD, you can see a pipper with a dot in the center. This is your bombing reticle, and we'll use it to aim your bombs. When you're within valid bomb release parameters, indicated by the launch authorization queue on the HUD, the bombs will impact where the bombing reticle pipper is at time of weapon release.
Oh, this is very unguided. In other words.
Along the left side of the HUD is the range scale bar and caret that indicates the bomb fall range.
What? Oh, is it because I missed one?
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to deliver unguided bombs in the continuously computed impact. Note that the HUD has changed to remove most of the navigation information and replaced it with bombing symbols. When you cycle a weapon, take a look at the weapon status panel in the bottom center of the front dash. It's the black panel with the shape of a wing along the top. There are two rows of lights below. The top row of yellow lights indicates the weapon stations that have weapons attached to them. And the lower row of green lights indicates weapon stations that are loaded with the current.
It said mission failed. Like, what the fuck?
In the top right corner of the panel, a B symbol is displayed. This indicates that the selected weapon type is a bomb. You can also see the symbol in the lower right corner of the HUD. By pressing left control and spacebar, you can set the ripple quantity, meaning how many bombs are released when you press and hold the weapon release button or trigger. Try this now. As you cycle ripple quantity, take a look at the weapon control panel. Now, those are the basics configuring your settings for bomb release. Now let's learn how to put those bombs on target in CCIP mode. Using what you learned in the navigation lessons, fly through all the gates ahead. Press the space bar to unpause the lesson. If you are not already, press 7 to enter air-to-ground mode. On the HUD, you can see a pipper with a dot in the center. This is your bombing reticle, and we'll use it to aim your bombs. When you're within valid bomb release parameters, indicated by the launch authorization queue on the HUD, the bombs will impact where the bombing reticle pipper is at time of weapon release. Along the left side of the HUD is the range scale bar and caret that indicates the bomb fall range. The bottom left corner of the HUD, IP ground is indicated, meaning visual bombing mode is selected. The B in the bottom right corner of the HUD indicates you have bomb selected. Ahead and below your nose is a set of trucks marked with red smoke. This will be your aim point. When you fly to the next gate, quickly begin a dive onto the target.
And then some, apparently.
Dive now to an angle of 50 to 60 degrees as indicated on the HUD pitch scale. Maneuver the aircraft to place the bombing reticle pipper over the targets marked with the red smoke. When a line is drawn from the top of the bombing reticle and an LA appears at the bottom of the HUD, release your bombs by pressing the spacebar. Control your airspeed by reducing throttle and pressing B to deploy your air brakes.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
We're fine, we're fine.
Переведи в набор. Предельный угол атаки. Предельный угол
Nice
атаки.
job, you hit the target.
Предельный
I've
угол
added some
атаки.
additional targets marked with
Предельный
green
угол
smoke for
атаки.
practice. Continue to practice. We can end the lesson now by
Well, I
pressing
can't
escape.
practice because I fired literally everything I had. It's fine. I'm not doing this again. Well, okay.
In the previous lesson, we learned how to put bombs on target using CCIP mode. In this lesson, we'll learn how to do it using the Continuously Computed Release Point mode, or CCRP. Whereas CCIP mode required us to place the bombing reticle on the target at time of weapon release, CCRP mode will allow us to drop a bomb on target even when the target is no longer in view. As before, fly through all the gates ahead. Go ahead and enter air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. When in CCRP mode, the bomb release setting options are the same as we reviewed in CCIP mode. This includes both quantity and interval settings. Continue flying through the gates to reach the target. Directly ahead by the lakeshore is the target, marked with red smoke. Fly to place the pipper in the center of the bombing reticle over the target and press and hold the weapon release trigger or spacebar. When designating for release of multiple bombs at once, it's best to aim slightly ahead of the target such that the stick of bombs straddle the target.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure.
As you hold down the weapon release trigger over the target, you'll notice a green diamond over the target. This marks it as a designation point for a CCRP release.
How long do I hold this down?
As you approach the target, keep flying through the gates, but keep the pipper aligned with the vertical line at the top of the pitch and bank angle indicator in the center of the HUD. Continue holding down their weapon release trigger. Approaching the release point, the time to release indication on the left side of the HUD descends, and the release tone is heard shortly before the bombs are released.
If you say so. Oh, here we go. It's moving. Can I let go now? Did we get him? Hey, we got
Nice
him.
job.
We got
Hit the
something.
target. I've added some additional targets marked with green square to practice. You can continue to practice.
Most of them are still fine.
Now by pressing the escape key.
Destroyed one of them. Where the fuck are they?
Осталось 1500 килограмм.
Wait. Okay, how do I swap modes though? Because now I'm in CCRP. How do I go back to CCIP? It didn't tell me that. Whatever. My brain.
In addition to the unguided bombs we used in the previous lessons, we also have the KMGU submunitions dispenser. In this case, we have 4 dispensers loaded with 12 AO 2.5 RT fragmentation bombs apiece. Dispensers are a useful weapon when needed to lay down an elongated path of destruction, great for convoys and runways. I currently have the lesson in active pause mode. Press on the weapon control panel using the interval switch. You can press V until SSC MJM series is selected. This is a special release mode for the KMGU submunition dispensers in multiple ejection racks, MUR. When enabled, the KMGU submunitions are dispensed at 2-second intervals, and MUR munitions are released at 0.3 seconds apart, according to the total quantity specified by the salvo size switch. This allows a larger but less dense submunition coverage. Press the spacebar to unpause the lesson and follow the gates. As we ingress to the target, press 7 to activate air-to-ground mode. Keep following the gates, but try to keep your speed between 700 and 750 kilometers per hour. When you entered air-to-ground mode, you'll probably notice the bombing reticle on the HUD. As before, we need to line up the reticle with the target. As long as we keep our speed fast, we can get a good, valid bombing solution, even from low altitude. I'll let you decide to deliver the weapon either in CCIP or CCRP mode.
But how do I decide that? It switches automatically based on angle of attack. Okay, so if there's a line, that's CCIP. If there's no line, CCRP. Confusing. So now it's CCIP, and now it's CCRP. Wow.
On the road between the next two gates is a truck convoy marked with red smoke. This is your target. Line up with the target and place the bombing pipper slightly before it, because there will be a slight release delay as the canister doors open. You may need to start a shallow dive to get a valid bombing release solution if you're using CCIP. Nice work, you hit the target. You can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key, or you can locate and destroy another convoy with green smoke further down the road.
Crap.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
Right? Then we just fly over it? Close. I have one lift. I'm not entirely sure where they are. Okay. So, because we're flying over it. Okay, that was better. Much better. Okay. That looks pretty cool too.
Now that we're getting the hang of unguided bomb delivery, we're going to move on to using unguided rockets. We have many rocket types loaded for this lesson, but they're all delivered in the same manner. Basically point and shoot when within range. We'll keep this lesson in active pause mode as we discuss unguided rockets. Press the spacebar to take a look at the weapon status panel in the bottom center of the front dash. You'll see that except for the most outer and inner stations, all stations are loaded with rockets, indicated by the yellow lights. In the top right corner of the panel is a dashed field it indicates the selected weapon type. Currently, no weapon type is selected. Let's select rockets now by entering air-to-ground mode. Press 7. Great. Now we're in air-to-ground mode.
HPC.
HPC, which indicates rockets, shown in the current weapon field. You can also see green lights on the active weapon station indication. In this case, the second-most outboard station on the right wing. In the lower right portion of the HUD, you are provided the name of the selected rocket type. You can see S5, which indicates
C5.
the S5 rocket,
Russians.
which is housed in the UB-32A rocket pod. This is a rather small rocket with a high explosive warhead. Press D to select the next rocket type. The next rocket type is the S8KOM. This rocket uses the B8M1 rocket pod with 20 rockets per pod. The rocket is 82 millimeters in diameter, has a range of about 2 kilometers, and has a shaped charged warhead which is good against armor. Press D to select the next rocket type. This is the S13OF, which is held forward to a B13L rocket pod. The rocket is larger than the S5 and S8, having a diameter of 122 millimeters. It has a blast fragmentation warhead and has a range of about 2 kilometers. High explosive and blast fragmentation warheads are best used against unarmored and lightly armored targets. However, a direct hit on an armored vehicle may destroy it, depending on the size of the warhead. Press D to select the next rocket type. The S-24B is your largest rocket, with a diameter of 600 millimeters and a mass of 235 kilogram blast fragmentation warhead. Given its size, the S-24B is not housed in a pod, but rather directly attached to the weapon station. Press D to select the next rocket type. The other large rocket at your disposal is the S-25 OFM with a diameter of 340 millimeters and a 190 kilogram warhead. This rocket has the longest range and can reach out to 3 kilometers. Each rocket is housed in a single launch tube. Press D to select the next rocket type. The final rocket is the S-8 OFP-2. Like the KOM version, it's an 82 millimeter rocket with 20 rockets per pod. However, this one has a blast fragmentation warhead. Press D to return to the S5 rocket. Press the spacebar to unpause the lesson and fly through all the gates ahead.
That's a lot of information, which I'm not gonna remember all of that.
As we're en route to the target, we can practice your low-level ingress skills. Nearing the target, we'll initiate a pop-up attack. In the middle portion of your HUD is your rocket aiming reticle. Much like the bombing reticle, this indicates where the rockets will land if you launch them at that instant. However, the range must be within minimum and maximum range value of the selected rocket type. Along the left side of the HUD is the rocket launch zone indication. The top bar indicates the maximum range of the rocket, and the bottom bar indicates the minimum safe range. The caret moves vertically along the left side of the HUD to indicate your current range based on where the rocket aiming reticle is placed. When the caret is between the maximum and minimum range bars, the range is valid.
Makes sense.
When your selected rocket type is within range, a launch authorization queue will appear on the HUD.
That's the NP. Go over it, then it goes away.
At the next gate, we'll start our climb. Make sure your speed is above 700 kilometers per hour.
Now you tell me.
As you pass through the top gate, roll the aircraft inverted and pull the nose down to the target. The target's marked with red smoke. When aligned with the target, roll the wings level while keeping the aiming reticle over the target. Press the spacebar to fire the rockets when you see the LAQ on the HUD. Nice hit on target. You can end the lesson now by pressing escape key, or you can practice using other rocket types on the targets I've just marked with green smoke.
I don't see nothing. Oh. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh. Ruh-roh.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Предельный.
RIP. We tried.
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to use the internal 30mm cannon. We will start the lesson in active pause mode. Under the forward fuselage of the SU-25T is a twin-barrel GISH-20 30mm cannon with a 200-round magazine. The 30mm cannon round is armor-piercing, high-explosive that is best against light armor and unarmored targets. The rounds include a tracer that you can use to better judge where the rounds are impacting. The firing rate is 3,000 rounds per minute with a muzzle velocity of 870 meters per second. You can turn on the cockpit lighting by pressing L. Press the spacebar to continue. Go ahead and enable air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. To select the cannon as the active weapon, press C.
Nope, wrong one. Joy button 5. That's 3. Yeah, why not?
With the cannon selected, take a look at the weapon status panel. In the bottom right corner is the indication for cannon rounds remaining. The K indicates a full magazine, and there are indications for half and 1/4. In the top right corner of the panel is the weapon type indicator that shows the cannon is selected. Press the spacebar to unpause the lesson and fly through all the gates ahead.
What gates?
Given that it's pretty dark out, you want to keep a close eye on your instruments and your radar altimeter on the HUD. We'll be flying pretty low, so make sure you don't get below the route altitudes. As before, fly through all the gates ahead, and we'll talk more about the gun as we get closer to the target.
You should talk about the gun now so that when we get closer to the target, he's not distracting me.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Watch your altitude at the next gate. It's a low one. On the HUD, you'll note that gun is displayed in the bottom left corner, indicating its selection.
Technically, it's BNI, right? Close enough.
In the lower right corner of the HUD is a box that indicates the remaining ammunition in quarters, 4 being full and 1 being 1/4 full.
That does not say 4. Oh, it does say 4. Wow. Couldn't read that shit at all.
Along the left side of the HUD is the maximum and minimum range bars, just like we saw with rockets. When the range carries between the two bars, the cannon is within range of the point beneath the aiming reticle on the HUD. When in range, the LA indication will be displayed.
Technically, it's NP. I just realized I was on like 50% power, if not less.
We'll now start a dive on the target that consists of a couple trucks marked with red smoke. To help aid you seeing them, some illumination flares will be dropped over the target area. Continue flying through the gates to line up with the target.
What do you mean, line up?
Watch your airspeed and fly to place the aiming reticle over the target. Press the space bar when you get the LAQ.
What? This was not lined up, guys. Bro, what is this lined up? Perpendicular is not lined up, motherfuckers. What the fuck? Lined up my ass. That was bullshit.
In this lesson, we're going to learn how to use the internal 30mm cannon. We will start the lesson in active pause mode. Under the go ahead and enable air to ground mode by pressing 7. To select the cannon as the active weapon, press C. With the cannon selected, take a look at the weapon status panel. In the bottom right corner is the indication for cannon rounds remaining. Given that it's pretty dark out, you want to keep a close eye on your instruments and your radar altimeter on the HUD. We'll be flying pretty low, so make sure you don't get below the route altitudes. As before, fly through all the gates ahead, and we'll talk more about the gun as we get closer to the target.
It's okay. Go ahead.
Shit's super bright now all of a sudden, right? Was it this bright the last time around? I feel like it wasn't. Oops. I leaned on it. Should he not be talking? Why is he not talking? He didn't say a single word. Technically I hate it.
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
This is kind of hard, but we figured it out. It's fine.
In addition to the internal 30mm cannon, the SU-25T can also carry up to 4 SPPU-22-1 external gun pods. Each pod contains 2 GISH 23L autocannons that contain 260 23mm rounds. The fire rate for the cannons is 3,000 rounds per minute and have an effective range of around 2 kilometers. The pods are most effective against unarmored and lightly armored units. Enter air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. Activate the gun by pressing C. On the weapon status panel, you'll see that we have 4 wing stations loaded. Each of these contain a single gun pod. You will also note that we have a full ammunition load indicated by the K. Press the spacebar to continue. Let's take a look at the Weapon Systems control panel in the bottom left corner of the front dash. Currently, the release mode switch is set to the salvo position, and the size switch is set to 1. In this setting, just the internal 30mm cannon is used. Press left control and spacebar once to select the next salvo position. The fix option is now selected as the salvo position, and the salvo size switch has been set to X2. In this setting, 2 gun pods are now the active weapons. Inside each of the gun pods, the twin barrels can be depressed to allow you to shoot downwards even when in level flight. When the barrels are depressed, the green light on the panel will light. Let's try this. Press right control and right bracket to depress the gun pods. Notice that when you did so, the range carried on the left side of the HUD decreases due to the change in gun barrel angle.
I didn't see that.
Now try raising the gun barrels by pressing right control and left bracket. Good. To select all 4 pods in fixed mode, press left control and spacebar again. When you did so, the salvo size switch was set to X4. To set all the gun pods to the bore sight position, press left control and spacebar again. When you did so, the salvo position switch was set to the 0 position. To return the internal 30mm cannon to the salvo position, and the salvo size switch set to 1, press left control and spacebar one more time. Do this now. Ahead of you, on a small airfield, is a light armored vehicle marked with red smoke to practice on. Set the number of gun pods to use in the depression angle, and then use the aiming reticle on the HUD to line up the shot. When you have the launch authorization cue, press and hold the spacebar to fire the gun pods. Press the spacebar to unpause the lesson. Okay, here we go.
Here we go indeed.
Nice job. You can see that a rain of 23mm rounds can be quite deadly. I have provided 2 additional targets marked with green smoke to practice on. You can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key when you're ready.
I didn't expect it to just go. Fuck you! Fuck you, whale! Fuck you, dolphin! Damn. It's kind of nuts. I'm not gonna remember half of this shit, by the way. Like, there's no way. Schval sensor. Schval. What a name. Oh god. That's a lot of buttons.
In this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to the I-251 Schval, the electro-optical sensor, and how to use it to deliver a guided bomb and missile. Specifically, we'll learn to employ the KH-29T guided missile and the CAB-500KR guided bomb. I've started the lesson in active pause mode as we learn to use the sensor. The first thing I'll ask you to do is enter air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. Do that now. Now that we're in air-to-ground mode, we need to activate the Schval sensor in the nose of the aircraft. The Schval sensor image is displayed on the IT-23M TV display that dominates the right side of the front dash. Turn on the Schval by pressing O now. Let's talk a little bit about the symbols you see on the Schval display. On the top and left side of the display are scales and reference carats that indicate how far your sensor is slewed off from the center line bore sight position. The top scale is your azimuth slew that extends 40 degrees left and right of center line. The vertical scale on the left side is your elevation scale that ranges between positive 20 and negative 90 degrees. The default bore sight position is marked by the longer lines on the reference scales. Try slewing the camera left and right by pressing comma and /. To slew the camera up and down, press period and semicolon.
Comma and /.
Return the sensor to bore sight by pressing right control and I now.
Why is it automatically moving? Like, I can move it, but it's moving on its own. Is that normal? Periods? That's not doing anything.
To the right of the elevation
Bro, why is it moving?
Is your
SU 25. Long-term bug. Wow. Well, that's 6 years ago, though. Surely that's fixed by now. Meow. 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 What's wrong? What do you want? You just want attention. You just want attention. Weirdo. Really want attention. Come here. Oh, come say hi. Hello, everybody. I have come to annoy the boss. Oh, now what? Now what? Hey, raus. Boop. Geval DCS SU-25D moves left and right on its own. So this is just fucking broken? What's going on? So yeah, was it? Cats. I'm just gonna restart. And hope it doesn't fucking do this.
In this lesson, I'm going to introduce you to the I-251 Schwal, the electro-optical sensor, and how to use it to deliver a guided bomb and missile. Specifically, we'll learn to employ the KH-29T guided missile and the CAB-500KR guided bomb. I've started the lesson now that we're in air-to-ground mode. We need to activate the Schwal sensor in the nose of the aircraft. The Schwal sensor image is displayed on the IT-23M TV display that dominates the right side of the front dash. Turn on the Schwal by pressing O now. Let's talk a little bit about the symbols you see on the Schwal display. On the top and left side of the display are scales and reference codes that indicate how far your sensor is slew.
No, what was it? I forgot what it was already. Yeah, nothing is set, so it can't be the stick.
Off from the center line bore sight position.
It was a bug, I guess.
The top scale is your azimuth slew that extends 40 degrees left and right of center line. The vertical scale on the left side is your elevation scale that ranges between positive 20 and negative 90 degrees. The default bore sight position is marked by the longer lines on the reference scales. Try slewing the camera left and right by pressing comma and /. To the right of the elevation reference scale is your boxed pitch angle. In the top right corner is your current altitude. If an R is to the right of the value, it means the altitude is in regards to your radar altimeter and not barometric altitude. Press the spacebar to continue. There are 4 corner markers in the center of the display that indicate your sensor magnification level. When the corner markers are displayed, the Schwal is using 8x magnification. Press the equal sign to change the magnification to 23x.
Wait, what is that? Okay.
When you did so, note that the corner markers were removed. Return to 8x magnification by pressing the minus sign now. In the center of the display is a horizontal dashed line that indicates your pitch angle. The 2 solid lines indicate your roll angle. These are useful when you're flying heads down with no external flight references. Press the spacebar to continue.
I pressed like a bunch of buttons except for the spacebar. Shit. I pressed a bunch of shit. Fuck. Okay, I pressed C.
On the HUD, you'll notice that TV is displayed on the left side to indicate that the Schwal is active. Ground mode is indicated in the bottom left corner, and the weapon type is shown in the bottom right corner.
That's like
in the center of the HUD is your aiming reticle that corresponds to where the Schwall sensor is looking. This is a useful reference to help steer the sensor to the target.
Okay.
Press the spacebar to continue. Use your Schwall sensor controls of comma, /, period, and semicolon to move the sensor over the small airfield directly headed.
We're gonna change that. That needs to be on the stick, bro. What? Oh. Damn it. Down. Lift. Right. Center. Up.
Near the coastline. When you slewed the sensor over it, press Enter to lock the sensor at the location to ground stabilize it.
Perfect. The airfield near the coastline. Anything specific at the airfield or just the airfield?
When you do so, you'll see that KC is shown in the Schwall display to the left of the altitude indication, meaning that the sensor is ground stabilized and can be slewed. In the bottom right corner of the display is the flight time in seconds for the selected weapon to reach the designated location. In the center of the TV display is a small dashed box termed the target frame. You will want to adjust the size of the frame to best correspond to the size of the target you wish to lock. The size of the frame is indicated on the Schwall display in the upper left corner. Try increasing the target frame size by pressing right control and right bracket.
Sorry, what? What? Oh. Since that's also gun pods.
Now try decreasing the size of the target frame by pressing right control and left bracket. Slew the sensor to the right end of the airfield and locate one of the two tanks. You may wish to select 23x magnification by pressing the equal sign. When the sensor is within range, it will automatically lock up the target, and the KC indication will be replaced by an AC indication once we unpause the lesson. Press the spacebar to continue.
No, I guess that's not it then. One of the two tanks. You guys see tanks? I don't. I thought that was it maybe, because there's like a little thing on the... Looks like a tank, but I guess not. 'Cause it's not automatically changing. Huh? What are we missing? So I wanna... Anyone? Ideas? What the fuck? What mission is this? I don't even know.
And on the upper right corner, we have some numbers, and this basically just tells you your barometric altitude. Now, if there's an R next to it, that means that you're low enough that it has switched to radar altitude. In order to move the Shkval around, you have to press the comma, /, period, and semicolon buttons, followed by this circle on the heads-up display. You will also immediately note that the Shkval is not ground stabilized, so it actually drifts around with the aircraft. If you press enter on the keyboard, you can ground stabilize it. You will see KC at the top and a time to impact at the bottom right corner. So now as you slew around the Shkval, you'll notice that it is much easier to move it around. Now it's a little bit difficult to see anything at this zoom level, so you can change zoom with equals and minus key on the keyboard. And you will note that you can tell the magnification by the little brackets on the corners as you zoom in and out. They disappear when you zoom in, and they reappear when you zoom out. Now, as I keep moving this Shkval to the left, you're going to see the indicator on top that it's letting me know that I'm about to reach the limits of the Shkval. And once I reach those limits, it resets back to the top. And now the Shkval is back up here. You always have the option to manually reset the Shkval back to the center. This is called bore sight by pressing right control and I on the keyboard. Now, since you're probably going to be heads down a lot of the times in the Shkval, you have this little roll indicator. It lets you know how far you're banking left or right. But you also have a pitch indicator represented numerically on the left-hand side, negative when you're descending, and positive when you're climbing. And just so I'm very clear about this, I am not moving the Shkval around. It is bore-sighted in front. I'm moving the plane around, and you have these markers to let you know what the plane is doing. Okie dokie, let's go ahead and actually try to lock some stuff up. So as I mentioned before, you cannot turn the Shkval on unless you are in air-to-ground mode, so let's go ahead and do that by pressing 7 and turn the Shkval with O. Now, I do have some targets, and those targets are in front of me on the X airfield, so I have acquired it visually. I'm going to move the Shkval down to it, and now I'm going to switch my view over to the Shkval. Now, I would normally be moving forward. I have active pause turned on right now, so at this point I would definitely press enter in order to ground stabilize the Shkval. Now, obviously I'm also zoomed in so I can see a little bit better, and I'm gonna choose this target on the right hand side. Just get it as close to the center as possible. Now, there is a little box around the center of the cursor, and this is your target size box. You can adjust this box with right control and left and right bracket. You can see the numbers on the upper left corner, which will tell you the size. Don't worry about this. You don't really have to do this unless you're having trouble snapping onto the target. And if that's happening, you may need to adjust the target size to about the size of the vehicle. Okay, so just to expand on that a little bit, I put some moving vehicles down in front of us. So I'm going to move the Shkval down where I think those vehicles are.
Okay, bathroom. Bathroom. Or I'm late. Okay. God damn.
Which should be right around here. And zoom in and ground stabilize the camera, which, oh, there they are. They're right there. Now, I can snap onto these vehicles if I put the cursor of the Shkval right on them, so the Shkval will actually track the vehicles. And if you adjust the target size box, it makes it a little bit easier for this tracking to happen. Here's the caveat. You can't track moving vehicles if you're too far away, so you have to get quite a bit closer. As soon as I reach 7.3 kilometers, it should switch from KC to AC. There's the AC on the top. Now it is snapped onto that target and is tracking it as it's moving on its own. And if I were to unlock
We're
it,
definitely not
and then
close enough then.
move the Shkval back towards the target and press enter, it will just automatically lock it. And it's very easy to keep track of these things. It should automatically do it, but you just need to be a lot closer. And again, if you're having trouble, adjust that target size box a little bit and it should work just fine. All right, moving on to the new toys we're going to be playing around with. On the
left side of the HUD, you will notice the range carrot and maximum and minimum range bars of the selected weapon. When the carrot is between the two bars, the launch authorized indication will appear on the HUD and the Shkval display. Let's start with the KH-29T missile. This is a 12-kilometer range missile. I have now unpaused the lesson and you're flying towards the target. If you don't see the AC lock indication on the tank, you may want to try adjusting your frame size and wait until you're a little bit closer. Once within range of the laser rangefinder in the Shkval, the slant range to the target is displayed in the bottom center of the display.
There we go.
When you have the
it.
LA indication, press the spacebar to launch the missile.
We fire it? I'm not sure if I fired it or not. I didn't hear nothing. I had to hold it down. Five seconds. 1.
Nice job. We now have a CAB 500 KR guided bomb selected. This has much less range than the KH-29T, as indicated by the much smaller maximum range bar. However, it has a 380 kilogram warhead and is also a fire and forget weapon. Use what you've learned in this lesson to lock the second tank on the Shkval and engage it with a CAB 500 KR guided bomb.
There was a second tank. There was a second tank. Okay, I gotta get rid of the shifts because I don't have 3 hands. I can't press shift to adjust this. Damn it. Okay. Down. Lift. Center. And up, down. That's right, we're using these. Fuck. Fuck. I'm gonna use this one. Do we use this one? We do not. Okay, modifiers. Add this one. No. This one. Okay. That way, I can just hold this and then we can do the modifiers. Perfect. Back to sensors. One more time. Fuck's sake. Sensor. Down. Sensor lift. Okay. Here's my problem. It's not gonna realize I'm gonna have to use. Because this. Will that work? Because I can actually do joy button 5 on this one as well, but it's set to joy button 5 on the left one, so should be good. Yeah, that works. What? There's supposed to be something there. I don't see it at all. Where is it?
Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор. Переведи в набор.
Okay. I want to take a nice long approach. I need a button for that. I use this one, right? Or doesn't even recognize it? Oh. Flaps, yeah. This one, nothing. I'm not sure I want that anywhere near my flaps, though. You know? That's also nothing. Because that's my engines with modifier. But it's turned on, so I'll... Okay. Modifier, turn on. Only problem is I can't do that. Yeah. Weird. Shaking. Need some speed while we're at it. I need one for that too. Fuck off. Bro, so many fucking options. Fuck. Oh, it's already AC. So when do I drop it? Can I drop it already? No, I need to be. We need those markers, right? Yeah, let's. Oh, it's because we're not climbing high enough. Tovaris, go, go, go! Drop the bomb. It is away. I mean, that was pretty good.
Both targets are destroyed. You can end the lesson now by pressing escape.
Wow, I feel like I'm juggling, bro. Like, holy fucking shit, so many buttons. And that was just bombing. I haven't even started on air-to-air. And this is the easy plane. Rough. Very rough. Well, it still uses all the Shkaval, so that's good, at least. The laser's different. We don't have that yet.
In the previous lesson, we learned how to use the Shval sensor to designate targets for guided missile and bomb attack. In this lesson, we will build on that and learn how to use the Shval to employ laser-guided missiles. In particular, the KH-29L, the KH-25ML, and the S-25L. I currently have the lesson in active pause mode. Now that we're in the correct mode, turn on the Shval sensor by pressing O.
No. Which was it?
This should look quite familiar after the last lesson. All the principles will be the same, except these missiles will require laser guidance to hit their targets. Go ahead and slew the Shval sensor to the abandoned airfield directly ahead of you at waypoint 1. At the end of the runways are 3 target tanks. Lock the sensor in one of the tanks by pressing Enter. The first missile we have selected
No, what was that?
KH-25ML,
We had a button for that.
and it has a range of up to 8 kilometers, a tandem warhead with good armor penetration, and it uses semi-active laser guidance. Once you have a target designated, using what we learned in the previous lesson, press the spacebar and I'll unpause the lesson. Because the KH-25ML requires laser guidance, we need to turn on the laser by pressing right shift and O.
Okay. Change of plans. This one we remove and we do without the modifier to turn the Shkaval on. And then for the laser, we do it with the modifier to turn the laser on. Same button combination.
With the laser on, LR appears on the left side of the HUD and in the lower center of the Shval display. When the target is within range, press and hold the spacebar to launch the missile. You will need to keep the Shval locked on the target and the laser on for the entire time of missile flight. Good hit. Let's select the KH-29L now by pressing D again. The KH-29L is a much larger missile than the KH-25ML and can reach all the way out to 30 kilometers in optimal conditions. It has a large 320 kilogram high explosive armor piercing warhead. Nice, that tank certainly didn't have a chance. At this point, you should be familiar with locking up the target on the Shval activating the laser, and launching on the target. Give it a try with the S-25L.
Hello, my friend. Oh, you hit me. You fuck. You're no friend of mine. The roll is very severe because I've got a very unloaded balance. Unbalanced loadout, I mean. I know, right? Comrade, I missed. No, is the enemy. Anything is target. You hit is good. Bro, lock it for fuck's sake. You know what? Fuck you. Damn it. Let me restart this. I really should have said trim left and right as well. So let's change this clear. Nose down. Nose up. Roll left. Roll right. I'll do the rudder myself. That's better. I like trim. Trim's nice. I just wish I knew. It's just the joystick that changes, right? I don't see any other indication. Let's try this one more time. I forgot what zoom in was. I forgot what zoom in was. Fuck. Not you. Oh, right. That's on that one. No, that's that one. Oh, we didn't change that. I haven't said that yet. Well, you'll still need trim because trim depends on speed, the altitude, like all of that makes a difference. Like if you're going fast enough, right? your plane will automatically want to go up because you're going fast. So you can trim it so that the joystick will basically always be a little bit forward, so you're counteracting the one that goes up. But once you decrease speed, obviously you want to put the trim back on, because otherwise you're going to go down, or take the trim back off, I guess, I suppose. So it's like a constant thing. You're constantly trimming your aircraft, right? Fuck. Let's trim. I've got every single one of those set already. I've got this set for laser. I guess we'll use this one. Oh. Find the damn plane. Not the plane, the bomb thingy. Not so much struggling, just as like, where am I gonna put everything? You know what I mean? Did I actually drop the bomb? Yeah, 3 seconds, I guess. I'm confused. Nothing happens, right? English, you bitch! I honestly have no idea what I've got selected. That one. But what is that? Right? Look. I might not have enough. Oh, we definitely don't. Let's make that a little less crazy. I gotta see, where the fuck are we even? Where's the airfield? Right there. Oh god, this works so much better in VR. God damn.
Well done. You've learned to employ 3 different types of laser-guided missiles. You can press the escape key now to end the lesson.
Wow. This is like, my brain is just... Jesus. It's just because there's so much information just being thrown at you, right? You're like, oh, what the fuck?
In this lesson, we'll learn to employ the 9A4172 Vickers anti-tank missile. We'll also be using the Mercury night vision pod. Like the previous missiles we discussed, the Vickers requires laser guidance during the entire time of missile flight. The Vickers has a range of up to 8 kilometers and can be used against both ground and slow-moving air targets with low crossing speeds. The missile is fitted with a 2-stage high-explosive anti-tank warhead, and it's your primary anti-tank weapon. Each APU-8 station holds 8 missiles. With Vickers loaded on both wings, you have a total of 16 anti-tank missiles at your disposal. You can turn on cockpit lighting by pressing L. Let's get started by first entering air-to-ground mode by pressing set. Now, let's turn on the Schwall sensor by pressing O. Good. As you probably noticed, it's a bit dark outside, and the Schwall sensor is not much use at night. It's a daylight system only. For night missions, we have the Mercury low light level television pod on the center station.
Another control. We'll use the second button next to it then. Right, because the laser, we're already using it. So for laser this, and then for this, that's gonna be this.
This will project night vision imagery on the Schwall display. With the Mercury pod now active, you will see LTV on the left side of the HUD instead of TV. Slew the Schwall line of sight reticle on the HUD to the bottom of the HUD to locate the abandoned airfield. At the south end of the 2 runways nearest you, you will see a couple of target tanks. Locate one of the tanks and lock it up by pressing Enter.
What? I'm zoomed in, right? Yes. No, I'm gonna change. Just controls. Light control U. You become nose down. Nose up. Lift. It's slightly more annoying to use these. So down, lift, right, up, I think I fucked up. Did I fuck up? I'm gonna clear everything just in case. I don't want to be trimming while I'm doing the other one. So nose down, nose up, lift, right. Yeah, see, there's a double one in here. Okay, so now it's this one. It's slightly easier to control. I don't see jack shit though. Unless it's the out there. And what was the...
With the target designated, note that you have a unique Vickers aiming reticle in the center of the HUD. Along the outer circumference of the reticle is a range indication that will unwind as range to the designated target decreases. In the bottom right corner of the HUD is a 9A 4172 weapon indication for the Vickers. When you're ready to start the attack, press the spacebar to unpause the lesson.
I mean, I'm not ready, but I'll press spacebar.
As with the previous laser-guided missiles we discussed, you'll need to activate the laser by pressing right shift and O. Do this now. Good. Fly the aircraft to place the Vickers aiming reticle over the Schwall reticle on the HUD. This must be done to allow the missile to capture and ride the laser beam to the target. Remember that you will need to keep the target locked on the Schwal and the laser on during the entire time of missile flight. Press and hold the spacebar to launch the missile when you see the launch authorization cue.
Oh, I got it. I was firing at the wrong one. Let me restart. Bro, I didn't see the third one at all. Those two, I didn't see them. I really didn't. That's nuts.
In this lesson, we'll learn to employ the 9A4172. Let's get started by first entering air to ground. Now, let's turn on the Schwal sensor by pressing O. Good. As you probably noticed, it's a bit dark outside, and the Schwal sensor is not much use at night. It's a day. With the Mercury pod now active, you will see LTV on the left side of the HUD instead of TV. Slew the Schwal line of sight reticle on the HUD to the bottom of the HUD to locate the abandoned airfield. At the south end of the two runways nearest you, you will see a couple of
So, what did I use for enter?
Target tanks. Look with the target designated, note that you have a unique Vickers aiming reticle in the center of the HUD. Along the outer circumference of the reticle is a range indication that will unwind as range to the designated target decreases. In the bottom right corner of the HUD is a 9A4172 weapon indication for the Vickers. When you're ready to start the attack, press the spacebar to unpause the lesson. As with the previous laser-guided missiles we discussed, you'll need to activate the laser by pressing right shift and O. Do this good. Fly the aircraft to place the Vickers aiming reticle over the Schwal reticle on the HUD. This must be done to allow the missile to capture and ride the laser beam to the target. Remember that you will need to keep the target locked on the Schwal and the laser on during the entire time of missile flight. Nice job. One down. With overuse, the laser can burn out, so press right shift and O to turn it off when the missile is not in flight. If you see the LR symbol flashing, it indicates that the laser is shut off and is now cooling. You should not use the laser for more than a total of 20 minutes during the course of a mission. Press the spacebar to continue.
Oh, this is the laser. Did I turn it on or off? I turned it on. Now it's off.
We're going to set up for a second attack on the remaining target, so best to fly away from the abandoned airfield to get some separation for the next attack. If you have trouble locating the abandoned airfield again, switch back to navigation mode by pressing 1, make sure en route mode is selected, and select waypoint 1 where the target is located. Head back to the target when you're 15 kilometers from it. Once you do, lock up the remaining target tank and press the spacebar.
I'm not sure if Mexican Fall is on or off. Oh. Never mind.
Предельный угол атаки. Предельная перегрузка. Предельный угол атаки. Предельная перегрузка.
Anyone see an airfield? Oh, there it is.
Depending on where the Vickers hits the target, a single missile may not be able to destroy it. This is particularly true with the frontal armor of modern main battle tanks. In this case, we'll use salvo attack, which will launch 2 Vickers at the target. Enable salvo mode by pressing left control and V.
It did not fire 2 missiles. That's fine.
When you receive the launch authorization, turn on the laser by pressing left shift and O, and press and hold the spacebar until both missiles have... Nice job! Both targets are now destroyed, and you can exit the lesson by pressing the escape key.
I'm pretty sure I only fired 1, but it worked, whatever. Oh, great. They gonna shoot at me?
Take it. You're a weak kid. Go back to the favelas. Your friends are there. Your destiny and life is there.
What? What the fuck was that? What? Phantasmagoria pod. What?
In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the SPO-15 Barroso Radar Warning Receiver, or RWR. We'll also talk about the countermeasure systems at your disposal and how to engage air defense radars with anti-radiation. In the bottom right corner of the front dash is the SPO-15 RWR panel. It's the black panel with the aircraft symbol in the center. The light at the very top center of the panel, above the nose of the aircraft, indicates that the SPO-15 has power. The RWR display indicates any threat radars illuminating your aircraft. Information is presented as symbols representing the type and direction to the threat. 6 lights at the bottom of the display notify you of the threat radar type. The system provides detection of radar signals between positive and negative 180 degrees in azimuth and positive and negative 30 degrees in elevation. It's important to note that the RWR will only alert you of radar-guided threats. It will not detect missiles or infrared guidance. In the very center of the RWR panel, within the aircraft symbol, are the relative elevation lights. If the lower light is lit, the primary threat is below you. If both the top and bottom lights are lit, the threat is roughly co-altitude with you. If only the top light is lit, the threat is above you. Press the spacebar to continue. Around about 75% of the aircraft symbol is a ring of lights that indicate the relative detected power of the primary threat radar. The ring of lights generally corresponds to the range of the threat.
So, we're at the same altitude, it's fairly close by.
To the right of the aircraft symbol is a single green light. This indicates the relative direction to a detected secondary radar threat. If there is only a single threat detected, as we have now, the secondary and primary will be the same. There can be multiple secondary threats displayed at once. To the right of the secondary threat indication is a larger amber light that indicates the direction to the primary threat. There are 10 such lights that include left and right 10 degrees, 50 degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, and left and right rear hemisphere. There can only be one primary threat indicated at once. Currently, you have a primary threat detecting 90 degrees right, in other words, off your right wing. Press the spacebar to continue. As I've been talking, you probably noticed that annoying beeping sound. The sound indicates a detected radar in search mode. You have the option to filter RWR to only detect radars that have locked onto you. Do this by pressing right shift and R now. Good. Now let's press right shift and R again to bring us back to non-filter detection. Along the bottom of the RWR panel is a row of 6 lights that indicate the general type of radar that the primary threat belongs to. Currently, the far left light is lit with a C beneath it. This corresponds to an AWACS radar detected off your right wing. Press the spacebar to continue. The AWACS will now be replaced by an early warning radar, or EWR. You can see this indicated by the second light from the right with the F being illuminated, and the primary threat light is now in your right rear hemisphere. Press the spacebar to continue. We now see the detection of a short-range air defense missile radar. These generally support air defense systems like the Shilka, 2S6, Roland, and SA-8. The third light from the right with the H below is now lit, and the primary threat light indicates the threat is located 50 degrees to the right of your nose. Eventually, the threat SA-8 will lock onto you, and the center aircraft symbol will have a red circle beneath it. This will be in addition to a steady lock tone. Press the spacebar to continue once you've been locked up. Next we have a medium-range radar, as indicated by the X light, third from the left. The primary threat has moved between your 30 and 50 degree left lights, meaning the threat is somewhere between 30 and 50 degrees off the left side of your nose. Medium SAMs include the SA-11, SA-6, and IHawk. The lock tone can be a bit too loud at times, so try decreasing its volume by pressing right Alt and Common. Try raising the volume back up now by pressing right Alt and period. The next primary detection is for a long-range SAM, like an S-300 or a Patriot. As such, we have a 3 indication light second from the left, and our primary threat light is directly ahead of us. Press the spacebar to continue. The final threat type is for an airborne radar, as you might find in a fighter. The end light is indicated at the far left of the threat lights. The radars detect between 10 and 50 degrees off the left side of your nose. Press the spacebar to continue. That should now provide you an overview of how to interpret the RWR panel. You can degrade an enemy unit's lock range by turning on your MPS-40 electronic countermeasure pods, if loaded. When ECM is active, it will be broadcasting your presence to everyone. As such, it's best to only turn it on when you're locked up by an enemy radar. We'll make an exception in this training case though, and have you turn it on now by pressing E. As mentioned earlier, the SPO-15 will give you no warning of being engaged by an infrared guided missile system, like the Avenger, Stinger, SA-18, or SA-13, for example. To help reduce the ability of such systems to engage you, it's wise to activate your IR.
I can see it on the head, but I can't see it
in the
anywhere
tail
else.
of your aircraft. Try this now by pressing left shift and E. In addition to ECM and infrared jammers, you also have expendable countermeasures in the form of chaff and flares. Chaff is a bundle of metallic strips that bloom when released. These can decoy the tracking of incoming radar-guided missiles. If possible, keep the missile off the left or right wing while dispensing chaff to have the best effect.
Notching. Well, this is like training.
Try releasing the chaff bundle now by pressing Insert.
Once everything starts beeping at you, it gets quite crazy. If nothing's happening, yes.
Good. If you spot a missile launch with no corresponding RWR warning, then there's a good chance it's an infrared guided missile. Like chaff, try to get the missile coming to your flight path at a perpendicular angle and release flares. The delete key a few times. So far, everything we discussed in this lesson has been defensive in nature. But now we'll shift gears and learn how to attack radar-guided air defense systems. Let's first enter air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. On the center station of your aircraft is hung an L-081 Phantasmagoria pod that can detect and classify air defense radars. Go ahead and activate it by pressing 5. On the HUD, you now have some new symbology. We have a box with a pipper in the center that we can slew using the comma, /, period, and semicolon keys. In the bottom left corner of the HUD, ETS is shown to indicate that we have the Phantasmagoria pod selected. In the bottom right corner of the HUD, you will see 58, indicating that the KH-58U anti-radiation missile is selected. The KH-58U is your most capable weapon against enemy radars and will home in on the radar emissions. It has an excellent range of 120 kilometers when launched from high altitude, and it's your weapon of choice against medium and long-range surface-to-air missile sites. It has a 149 kilogram warhead that will destroy any air defense radar. Press the spacebar now to unpause the lesson. Now that we're in pause, I'll activate a medium-range SA-6 SAM site directly ahead of us. On the HUD, you'll see its location as a diamond with an SA-6 below it. The RWR light starts to flash and you hear an interrupted tone. It indicates that a missile has been launched at you. Use the slew keys to move the designation box over the SA-6 diamond and lock it up by pressing Enter.
What was Enter?
Once locked, the target diamond changes to a circle and the launch authorization cue is given. Press and hold the spacebar to launch the missile. Like most weapon technology, you cannot count on it being 100% accurate. Additionally, more advanced SAM systems like the Patriot, S-300, and SA-15 are capable of destroying anti-radiation missiles in flight. Given this, you may wish to fire more than one anti-radiation missile at a time at advanced SAM sites.
We just got locked on.
Отказ ОЛС.
That was a rocket.
Отказ СПО. Отказ систем РЭП. Управляй вручную. Отказ ОЛС. Отказ СПО. Отказ систем.
I feel like I didn't really hit it, did I? Damn, that was loud. Fail.
In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the SPO 15. In the bottom right corner of the front dash is the SPO 15 RWR panel. It's the black panel with the aircraft symbol in the center. The light at the very top center of the panel, above the nose of the aircraft, indicates that the SPO 15. In the very center of the RWR panel, within the aircraft symbol, are the relative elevation lights. If the lower light is lit, the primary threat is below you. If both the top and bottom lights are lit, the threat is roughly co-altitude with you. If only the top light is lit, the threat is above you. Press the space bar to continue. Around about 75% of the aircraft symbol is a ring of lights that indicate the relative detected power of the primary threat radar. The ring of lights generally corresponds to the range of the threat. The more lights, the more...
Bro, I pressed space already, come on.
The aircraft symbol is a single green light. This indicates the relative direction to a detected secondary radar threat. If there is only a single threat detected, as we have now, the secondary and primary will be the same. There can be multiple secondary threats displayed at once. To the right of the secondary threat indication is a larger amber light that indicates the direction to the primary threat. There are 10 such lights that include left
Oh my
and
god,
right
it's gonna go through all of them again. Fuck!
degrees, 60 degrees, 90 degrees, and left and right rear hemisphere. There can only be one primary threat indicated at once. Currently, you have a primary threat detected 90 degrees right, in other words, off your right wing. Press the spacebar to continue. As I've been talking, you'll probably notice that annoying beeping sound. The sound indicates a detected radar in search mode.
What? It restarted.
In this lesson, we're going to take a look at the SPO 15
It's right shift R, not left shift R. Fuck!
In this lesson, we're going to take...
Sorry, we're unbinding that shit. What the fuck? It's not even anywhere... Hang on. Clear. Thank you. What the fuck?
SPO 15 Barossa Radar Warning Receiver, or RWR. In the bottom right corner of the front dash is the SPO 15 RWR panel. It's the black panel with the aircraft symbol in the center. The light at the very top center of the panel, above the nose of the aircraft, indicates that the SPO 15... In the very center of the RWR panel, within the aircraft symbol, are the relative elevation lights. If the lower light is lit, the primary threat is below you. If both the top and bottom lights are lit, the threat is roughly co-altitude with you. If only the top light is lit, the threat is above you. Press the spacebar to continue. Around about 75% of the aircraft symbol is a ring of lights that indicate the relative detected power of the primary threat radar. The ring of lights generally corresponds to the range of the threat. The more lights, the more close it is. To the right of the aircraft symbol is a single green light. This indicates the relative direction.
It's like sometimes you can skip it, sometimes it's just like fuck you and ignores me completely.
Secondary and primary will be the same. There can be multiple secondary threats displayed at once. To the right of the secondary threat indication is a larger amber light that indicates the direction to the primary threat. There are 10 such lights that
Can I make that like a little bit? How do I change the mouse?
10 degrees, 50 degrees.
It's a little fast. I have no
60
idea.
degrees, 90 degrees,
Oh my god, skip,
and
bro.
left and right rear hemisphere. There can only be one primary threat indicated at once. Currently, you have a primary threat detected 90 degrees right, in other words, off your right wing. Press the spacebar to continue. As I've been talking, you'll probably notice that annoying beeping sound. The sound indicates a detected radar in search mode. You have the option to filter RWR to only detect radars that have locked onto you. Do this by pressing right shift and R now. Good. Now let's press right shift and R again to bring us back to non-filter detection. Along the bottom of the RWR panel is a row of 6 lights that indicate the general type of radar that the primary threat belongs to. Currently, the far left light is lit with a C beneath it. This corresponds to an AWACS radar detected off your right.
It goes through everything again.
Press
Fuck!
the spacebar to continue. The AWACS will now be replaced by an early warning radar, or EWR. You can see this indicated by the second light from the right with the F being illuminated, and the primary threat light is now in your right rear hemisphere. Press the spacebar to continue. We now see the detection of a short-range air defense missile radar. These generally support air defense systems such as Shilka,
It really is.
206, Roland,
You're
and
torturing me and
the
everyone
third
else
light from the
watching.
right with the H below is now lit, and the primary threat light indicates the threat is located 50 degrees to the right of your nose. Eventually, the threat SA-8 will lock onto you, and the center aircraft symbol will have a red circle beneath it. This will be in addition to a steady lock tone. Press the spacebar to continue once you've been locked up. Next we have a medium-range radar, as indicated by the X light, third from the left. The primary threat has moved between your 30 and 50 degree left lights, meaning the threat is somewhere between 30 and 50 degrees off the left side of your nose. Medium SAMs include the SA-11, SA-6, and IHAWK. The lock tone can be a bit too loud at times, so try decreasing its volume by pressing right Alt and comma. Try raising the volume back up now by pressing right Alt and period. The next primary detection is for a long-range SAM, like an S-300 or a Patriot. As such, we have a 3 indication light, second from the left, and our primary threat light is directly ahead of us. Press the spacebar to continue. The final threat type is for an airborne radar, as you might find in a fighter. The end light is indicated at the far left of the threat lights. The radar is detected between 10 and 50 degrees off the left side of your nose. Press the spacebar to continue. That
Bro,
should now provide you an overview.
I've been at this for 4.5 hours. And there's still one more mission after this for just the training.
Of how to interpret the RWR panel. You can degrade an enemy unit's lock range by turning on your MPS-40 electronic countermeasure.
Like, this game ain't no joke.
When ECM is active, it will be broadcasting your presence to everyone. As such, it's best to only turn it on when you're locked up by an enemy radar. We'll make an exception in this training case though, and have you turn it on now by pressing E. As mentioned earlier, the SPO-15 will give you no warning of being engaged by an infrared guided missile system, like the Avenger, Stinger, SA-18, or SA-13, for example. To help reduce the ability of such systems to engage you, it's wise to activate your IR jammer located in the tail of your aircraft. Try this now by pressing left shift and E. In addition to ECM infrared jammers, you also have expendable countermeasures in the form of chaff and flares. Chaff is a bundle of metallic strips that bloom when released. These can decoy the tracking of incoming radar-guided missiles. If possible,
That was flared.
keep the
My
missile
bad.
off the left or right wing while dispensing chaff to have the best effect. Try releasing chaff from the left by pressing insert. Good. If you spot a missile launch with no corresponding RWR warning, then there's a good chance it's an infrared guided missile. Like chaff, try to get the missile coming to you.
I should swap those around because chaff goes downwards and the flare gets shot up. No, it's... Oop, nope.
Flight path at a perpendicular angle and release flares. Try releasing some flares now by tapping the delete key a few times. So far, everything we've discussed in this lesson has been defensive in nature, but now we'll shift gears and learn how to attack radar-guided air defense systems. Let's first enter air-to-ground mode by pressing 7. On the center station of your aircraft is hung an L-081 phantasmagoria pod that can detect and classify air defense radars. Go ahead and activate it by pressing I.
Did we change? No, we didn't.
On the HUD, we now have some new symbology. We have a box with a pipper in the center that we can slew using the comma, /, period, and semicolon keys. In the bottom left corner of the HUD, ETS is shown to indicate that we have the Phantasmagoria pod selected. In the bottom right corner of the HUD, you will see 58, indicating that the KH-58U anti-radiation missile is selected. The KH-58U is your most capable weapon against enemy radars and will home in on the radar emissions. It has an excellent range of 120 kilometers when launched from high altitude, and is your weapon of choice against medium and long-range surface-to-air missile sites. It has a 149-kilogram warhead that will destroy any air defense radar. Press the spacebar now to unpause the lesson. Now that we're on pause, I'll activate a medium-range SA-6 SAM site directly ahead of us. On the HUD, you'll see its location as a diamond with an SA-6 below it. If the RWR light starts to flash and you hear an interrupted tone, it indicates that a missile has been launched at you. Use the slew keys to move the designation box over the SA-6 diamond and lock it up by pressing Enter. Once locked, the target diamond changes to a circle and the launch authorization cue is given. Press and hold the spacebar to launch the missile. Like most weapon technology, you cannot count on it being 100% accurate. Additionally, more advanced SAM systems like the Patriot, S-300, and SA-15 are capable of destroying anti-radiation missiles in flight. Given this, you may wish to fire more than one anti-radiation missile at a time at advanced SAM sites.
Oh crap. What was it? I already forgot. I turned it off by accident.
Play winning post with Dumbo.
Not gonna happen. Did we miss? I'm so fucking confused. What am I doing wrong? I did everything that I asked me to do.
The NP Lay Street Fighter 5 with Dumbo.
I mean, clearly it's fired on me because I can see the damn missile.
Good hit. That SA-6 radar is destroyed and is no longer being detected on your RWR. The next missile we will use is the KH-25 MPU. This missile uses the same airframe and motor as the KH-25ML we used earlier, but is fitted with a radar homing secret. It's much smaller than the KH-58U and only has a range of about 60 kilometers when launched from high altitude. The advantage is that you can load more of them. The KH-25 MPU is best used against short and medium-range air defense systems. Press D to select it. I've activated another radar-guided SAM site off to your right. Use your RWR to locate the SA-8 radar, lock it up on the HUD, and engage it.
We're not in range yet. Come on. Now we are. Swerve. That thing is huge! Holy fuck! And you love Grand Clutter? Lock onto me now, bitch! Bitch! Сука, блядь. Дебил. Come on. 5%? What the fuck? That's a terrible shot. Why was it so bad? No, back down, back down. Hug the trees. I'm a total hippie. Bro, why did I not do damage? What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm still getting shot. Oof. I'm somehow still alive. He got my engine. I'm not alive. Never mind. Bro, how did I not get this? What the fuck? It's... Wait, there was two? You fuck. The game didn't say it activated two. That's cheating. That's fucking cheating. Whatever. We understand now. Sort of. Last one. Because I'm getting hungry. Dude, after dinner, I have to start on this one. This is so much more hardcore. I'm gonna have to set up all of the buttons again, I think. I'm not sure if I can just copy that over. Considering there's way more systems on the F-18.
Although the Su-25T was built to kill ground targets, it does have a minimal capability to attack other aircraft. In addition to being able to attack air targets with low crossing velocities with the Vickr, in the same manner we discussed earlier regarding ground units, the Su-25T can also be loaded with short-range...
I love this game, but my god, it's complex.
air-to-air missiles. I have the lesson
It's
paused
real-world complex, almost, right?
Go ahead and press 6 to enter air-to-air mode. In the bottom left corner of the HUD, we now have an LNGT indication that is short for longitudinal missile aiming mode, meaning they will need to fly the aircraft to align the target.
Is there like a way where I can set up that I start this zoomed in?
In the center of the HUD, we have a secret.
Oh, Tekken is a joke in comparison, bro.
In the bottom right corner of the HUD, we have a 60M indication.
People go to school for this shit in real life, you know?
The missile is the R60M. Press the spacebar to continue.
R60, that's just like a shitty Sidewinder, right?
The R60M is a short-range, infrared-guided air-to-air missile with the best possible range of 8 kilometers. The R60M has a small 3 kilogram expanding rod warhead, and the Seeker has a limited all-aspect tracking capability. Given its small warhead, a single R60M hit cannot be guaranteed to destroy the aircraft. As such, you may need to fire 2 to increase the damage and better assure a hit when faced with flare countermeasures. Press D to select the R73. The R73 Archer is now selected, as indicated by the 73 in the lower right corner of the HUD. The R73 is a very capable missile with an excellent all-aspect infrared seeker, great maneuverability, and a large warhead. The R73 has a maximum range of 30 kilometers in optimal conditions, but the range limitation is most often based on the seeker's ability to attain a lock. Press the space. I've placed a target helicopter 6 kilometers ahead of you. Fly the aircraft to place the aiming cross on the center of the HUD over the target. When you hear a high-pitched tone, it indicates that the missile seeker has locked onto the target. When you have a lock tone, press and hold the spacebar to launch the missile. Splash 1. I've activated another target coming at you from waypoint 1. Feel free to try a different missile, or you can end the lesson now by pressing the escape key.
Are these the ones you can fire, hot dog? That's what it's called, right? Hot dog? I can't remember. Look, you fire them cold without a lock and they'll lock on eventually. I'm not getting no tone. I'm guessing that was it. Okay. Yay. I've completed all of these. Wunderbar. Like, glorious airframe, right? But this thing is crazy to learn. I absolutely love it, though.
Hello and welcome to this training.
So all of these buttons, I can push them.
These interactive training
Every single one.
are a supplement to the manual and will provide a hands-on means of learning this aircraft. Whilst learning the F-18 may seem a daunting task at first, these lessons are broken down into small chunks to allow you to better absorb the material. Before we start the first lesson though, I wanted to take a few moments to review some of the basic instruments and basic laws of flying an aircraft. I currently have the aircraft box. Press spacebar to continue.
I want to know, how do I move my mouse though? How do I move my vision?
For basic flight maneuvers, your most important instrument will be the heads-up display, or HUD. The HUD consists of 2 glass panels that are used to display projected information. The HUD is located between the top of the instrument panel and the canopy bow. Let's talk about its most important information.
Every single one of these is
horizontally along the top of the HUD is the heading tape with the heading marker in the center. The marker in relation to the tape indicates your current heading. The boxed number on the left side of the HUD is your calibrated airspeed, and the box on the right side is your barometric or radar altitude. Above the altitude box is your vertical velocity. In the center of the HUD is the pitch ladder that indicates your positive or negative pitch angle to the horizon line. In the center of the pitch ladder is the velocity vector, that when uncaged shows the flight vector of your aircraft when it's not flashing. In other words, you will fly to the point your velocity vector is on, unless it is flashing. Along the left side of the HUD is a data block of 4 values. The top is your angle of attack. Below that is your airspeed as Mach. Next is current G. And at the bottom is the peak G. Along the bottom of the HUD is a bank angle indicator. Press spacebar to continue.
You want to see something hilarious? Give me a second. New folder. FA18. This is the checklist for taking off. It's 3 pages long. you can it's like the proper checklist, right? Nobody does this. I mean, I do it a couple of times. Every now and then I do it, or I did it because it's kind of, you know, it's cool to like do the full checklist. But the actual checklist is more like 9 or 10 steps, right? I'm sure. Yeah, here we go. And they're different for carrier as well. It's like this is the actual, you know, the flap, trim, wings, hooks. Actually, no, because what it doesn't do here is, yeah, see? It doesn't do the engines. Where's the engines? You have to turn them on as well, right? So you can cut down the checklist, but it's still, there's still a bunch to do.
There are 3 primary controls that you will use to fly. These are the control stick.
I played this in VR last time. It was fucking amazing in VR.
The control stick controls pitch and roll. Push and pull back on the stick to lower and raise the nose of the aircraft. If thrust is constant though, you lose speed as you climb and gain speed as you dive. To roll the aircraft...
The problem I have now is, if you go to controls, these are not set. Not a single one. Look how many controls there are, by the way. Bitch, are you for real? The fuck? So many. It's like, this is what an $80 plane gets you, right? Like every single button works. You can fucking bind every single one of these buttons.
Push the stick to the left or right.
Like every single one of these buttons work,
and then pulling back on the stick,
including like the
aircraft. To control thrust, you use
the map buttons. They all work. I'm changing shit.
When you select the maximum throttle setting,
because of the light right now.
Afterburners are selected. While these provide great thrust, they also consume fuel quickly. To move the nose of your aircraft laterally side to side,
I remember to like fire stuff.
Rudder pedals. You will also use the rudder pedals to steer the aircraft when you taxi using nose wheel steering.
These things around here, like gun. CCIP is the bombing. Bombing. The way you bomb. CCIP basically means you're like, you gotta point the nose down. You also have CCRP. This is your radio over here, and targeting as well. This is your radar. You can change these MFDs, by the way, to whatever you want. So, for example, let's say, turn the gun away. You can do the contrast as well, depending on the light. Brightness. You just jettisoned the canopy now? then I'm pretty sure if you do this right here. Everything is functional, bro. It's fantastic. But that's for after dinner. I need to eat. Man's hungry. So for now, we learned the SU-25T and its systems. If I can remember that. Now I will have to go through all of it again for the look, cold start. This is a rough one. The full startup procedure. Nuts. But yeah, we're gonna put all of those controls on, the ones we need at least, on the stick later on. That'll be great. I also have this one right here, which is a very juicy attack helicopter. It's very fun to fly.
Good morning. In today's lesson, we will learn how to start the KA-50 Black Shark from a cold start using an abbreviated startup checklist. I have disabled your HOTAS control synchronization for the duration of this course as it can interfere with the training instructions.
Most of these work as well.
This mission follows and is based on the steps found in the original video released by Eagle Dynamics. This training mission is designed to standardize the style of training in Black Shark with the training found in DCS A10C Warthog. If you're having trouble hearing me, exit the mission and turn down the world and end cockpit sounds. If you have disabled your spacebar key as your fire button, please enable it for this mission to work properly.
So yeah, we got a lot to learn again. Alright boys, that's it for now. I'm gonna go eat. After dinner, we'll either continue with this or I'll play something else. Because I've been at it for 5 hours already. Holy shit. Learning a plane takes a while. It didn't feel 5 hours either. Like, it didn't feel like 5 hours at all. But apparently, it was 5 hours. So now I am hungry. I'll be back. I'll see you then.